The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's up, gang? Good afternoon. Greetings. Welcome, welcome. Let me sit myself up straight here. I'm trying to, for some reason, this room, I don't know if it's these chairs or what, but I always find my posture suffering in here. And I don't want that. I want to make sure that I'm at attention and ready for you. I'm Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here too.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is out. Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Monday.
It's the Monday after the... boy, I'm surprised I haven't heard anybody talking about the Super Bowl, but maybe we'll dip into that a little bit. Maybe we'll be the first people to discuss it today, right? I would call that a major lapse on the part of people who do what we do for a living. They should have really... try to recap it or discuss it or something.
Right.
Hey, if you'd like to join us, please do. You can do it on the phones, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Want to send me a text, I will see them. And sometimes I'll even respond to them if the mood strikes. 35192 to do that. For the people people will invariably ask me, if you send photos, I can't see those through the text. They won't take images. So if there's a photo or something you want me to see, I would always encourage you to email it to me. That's just alan@alancockshow.com. If you listen on iHeartRadio, we got a handful of bureau chiefs over the weekend who listen out of state, update their location with me, and I always appreciate that, so I can update our map, so I can keep it as timely as today's headlines, so that I don't have someone who... I think is living, boy, could it be more embarrassing for me to think that we have a listener living in a city where they no longer live? They're not required, obviously, to update me because this list goes way, way back. We have 760 bureau chiefs, people who listen around the country on that iHeartRadio app. So you can always leave us messages there if you like, and blah, blah, blah. How was... dinner with the girlfriend and the parents?
Oh, it was great.
Saturday night, yeah?
It was very loud. We went to a hibachi, so it was not all that much conversation. There was one thing that really bothered me about, when you go to a hibachi, they sit you with another group of people.
Yes, you share a table with other people.
And we were all walking back there together. And when they got to the table, it's like those U-shaped tables.
Yes.
The people that were in front of us stopped at the first 4 chairs.
Rather than making the loop around.
Yeah, they didn't file through. And me and my mom look at each other like, what the hell? Like, file through. Like, you just push it. It's all the same spots, basically.
Because it's narrow pathways to get through a hibachi joint.
So then we had to go around another table to get to our seats. And my mom, when I sat down, she goes, that was rude. I'm like, yeah, that was rude. And so I just thought, other than that, the food was great. Company was great.
It was just you and this other party at the table?
Yeah, there's 8 people total. So there was those 4 and us 4.
Did you at any point give them the skunk eye?
No.
Did they try to start conversation with you and you shut it down?
No, they were to themselves. It was so loud in there. We went at 7:30 on a Saturday night, so every table was jam-packed, and Hibachi's not quiet.
Right.
So you couldn't hear what they were saying. They couldn't hear what we were saying. I could barely hear what my parents were saying.
Oh, we had dinner on Saturday at 5 at a restaurant, and the place was packed.
Yeah.
Like, you can't figure out anymore. It's my daughter's birthday tomorrow, and it was my stepmother-in-law's birthday this past week, so they came into town for a little early birthday thing for my daughter, and so we all went to dinner. We made it early because we figured, we've got a big party, whatever. You can't tell anymore. It used to be if you went to a place at like 5, maybe this is a suburban thing. Figure if you went to a place at 5, you'd own the joint. But now it's like people are eating whenever.
Well,
it's hard to tell anymore.
I did a pretty early dinner a couple of weeks ago when I went and saw Sam Talent, and it was we went to we had a reservation.
Yeah.
And we got there nice and early, but because the show was at 7, so we got there at 5:30 or 5:15. And there was like 3 or 4 other tables, but by the time we left it was, filling up.
Mm-hmm.
And we tried to make our reservation earlier on Saturday, but they were already booked up. 7:30 was the first thing available.
Now, I have to assume this dinner that you and your girlfriend had with your parents, I have to assume it's probably like the rest of us. After dinner, you go somewhere else, you have a couple of pops, then you go to a third location, do some dancing.
Yes. Went with my Mormon parents to drink and dance.
Oh, come
and my
on.
sober
It was
girlfriend.
a special. Oh, your girlfriend's sober.
Yeah.
Ah. Well, then it was a special night. Oh, come on. That would have been great.
It was a good time, though.
Take your parents down to the Barley House. Is that what that place is called? The Barley House.
That's
where
a heck of a
everybody's
drive.
barley legal.
We're in Strongsville.
Oh, right. You were down in Strongsville.
We met halfway.
And everybody got along. They liked the girlfriend. She liked them.
Yes, it was all very, very nice.
I bet they were very impressed by her sobriety.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't even come up. She just didn't order a drink, and neither did they. I
bet they noticed. It would have been different if she'd gotten a tall
I
glass
told
of something
my mom,
blue.
Yeah, I told my mom.
And did you have a drink, or did you fall in lockstep with all the negative Nellies there?
All I had was the sake.
Ah.
They sprayed the sake in my mouth, and I just did that.
Uh-huh. Was it out of the bottle with a little boy peeing, or no? They didn't do that.
No little boy peeing.
All right.
They didn't even have one of those. I didn't even see one of those.
Okay.
And it was a good time. The food was, hibachi's usually very good, and this was right there.
And Poundcake, what did I see? You were at a child's birthday party?
Yeah, I was at. She's my little cousin technically, but I consider her mom like my sister, so I just could say she's my niece. So yeah, she just turned 1.
So the mom was not your brother's girlfriend.
No, she's my cousin.
Gotcha.
But we're close.
But you're
like
very
siblings.
close like that. Yeah.
So I just consider her a sister. So I just say my little niece's first birthday party, and I've never been to a 1-year-old's birthday party. Like
it's dumb, right?
I wouldn't say it's dumb. It's just like they're never going to remember it. So
it's a lot of pomp and circumstance for a kid who can't remember it. And they won't remember anything for like the next 2 years after that.
Yeah, it's like little details. They're like, oh, well, this doesn't match. I'm like, she's not going to complain, right? She ain't got any teeth. Like,
Right.
But it was cute. I loaded up on sloppy joes and cupcakes and cake, and I
you had a heck of a weekend eating then.
That's what I'm saying. I let myself go this weekend because I have been eating really good diet-wise, and I'm like, well,
you figured why not ruin all of it in 2 days?
I had no control over whose birthday. I had to go to the birthday party,
right?
And I'm not gonna be if I have an opportunity to enjoy some Super Bowl time, even though I don't even care about the Super Bowl. Is drinks and food.
You're not going to be a stick in the mud.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not going to be like that. I'm going to enjoy my life. So I allowed myself to enjoy some luxuries this weekend.
Did you have any cake at the child's birthday party? Did you grab a fistful with your?
So they had a cake, but then they had cupcakes that were the same thing. So I was like, I don't want to. It was a mush cake, a smash cake or whatever. Yep. So I was like, I'm not going to cut into it on the side that she kind of like mushed it. So I just took cupcakes. The cupcakes were just fine.
Right.
Yeah.
You didn't smash her face in it, like at a wedding. You just didn't take the kid's head and push it in the cake?
I didn't.
And they go, ha, 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 ha. Oh, look what Uncle Poundcake did. And then you get kicked out.
But yeah, no, literally kids are just running around screaming, and I'm like the only person not chasing the kid around eating. And they're like, come play with us, come play. I was like, shut up. Like, I'm eating. Like, go play. I'm finally that.
I'm here to eat. I'm not here to watch you.
Yeah, because it used
I've been told I can't whip you, and you know if I can't whip you, I can't watch you.
Oh, please, I'm allowed to whip. I just don't have any energy to it.
I see.
I remember it used to, like, crush my world. I thought it was the end of the world when I was a kid and an adult would yell at me. And now I'm like, oh, I'm probably, like, making them real scared of me. I was like, good, so then they won't bother me.
You were trying to scare them.
Yeah, because I used to cry. Like, when it could be something like, go sit down. I'd be like, oh, this dude doesn't like
Well,
me.
maybe they sensed an intellectual equal, and they were like, here's a dude that can get down and play with us.
Maybe, but they were wrong. Stupid kids.
Get away from me, kids. Don't you see I'm double fisting sloppy joes here?
I'm superior.
The hell out of my face. But it was a good time.
Yeah, it was cute. It was a cute little birthday party that the kid will not remember, but yeah.
And neither will you.
I remember.
I mean, really. Oh, will you?
I remember. Why not?
I don't know.
I took pictures.
All right.
Facebook memories will remember me or remind
I was
me.
going to say, that's the exact opposite of remembering.
But when
is looking at photos.
But when a picture pops up, you're like, oh, yeah.
Hey.
Like, as long as you weren't, like, blacked out, you'd be like, yeah, I remember when that was.
Yeah. When the kid's a little older, you go, hey, look at this. I was there. Your friends were yelling at me, and I decided to tell them to go scratch. I've got a break here. It's the last week, by the way, for you to grab some of this money from the Buzzard bookie. But until now, in the end of the week, you'll have a chance every hour. So 2:30 will be the next keyword that you'll get to grab that money. If you want to text for something here in the break, get me there, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Want a sweetheart of a deal? Get to Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 Kia dealer. Get zero down deals on over 800 new Kias, including Seltos, K5, Sportage, Sorrento, Forte, Soul, and Telluride. And with our lower prices and lower rates, you may be able to get into
collects the disembodied spirits of America's most illustrious historic figures and delivers them to the hereafter.
This road is not on any map. How much for a ticket?
The price for their passage? Their story. These are the tales that shape the nation. Listen to The Passage on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This election year,
2024.
a big year. He's committed to the real issues, like dehydrated grape supply and banana peel protocols.
This is what people care about?
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Did you see Dark Brandon going off this weekend after the Super Bowl?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Having fun, boy. Well, a lot of people won money over the weekend. Some people lost money.
I lost money.
Did you really?
Yeah, I made a bunch of dumb bets.
Like prop bets?
Yeah,
or,
prop bets and
okay.
just, they're crazy parlays and stuff like that. They were all paid out very nicely, but none of them were even close.
Gotcha. Well, the parlays are tough.
Yeah, they are, but they pay out good.
No risk, no reward.
And that's the thing is, like, I just see those odds and I go, well, why would I do this little one that's safe when I do this big one?
Right.
It seems so much more fun.
That's right.
But it was a good time still. At the Super Bowl party.
Yeah, we went to some friends of ours just had a little get together at their house. So it was literally us and two other couples. And then the kids were all running around downstairs. So we were upstairs. We were eating and having some pops. And I wasn't sure how the evening was going to lay out. So I popped an edible before we left the house. But by the time it was, we kind of went back home about a half an hour into the game because our daughter, all the kids had school the next day. And she still had a couple of things to do. And so we didn't want it to be a real late night. But my buddy was trying to get the game up on his television, and he was going through like whatever apps. I don't know if it was like his smart TV is different than ours, and so I said, well, tell you what, he couldn't find it, and I go, I'll tell you what, log in on my Hulu, and then you can just go into the live TV. But when it did that, now a lot of times to crack down on password sharing, you're geotagged. Mm-hmm. So it'll come up and it'll go, hey, you're not at home. Mm-hmm. Do you want to change your location? And I go, yeah, sure, because we're there. And I wanted everybody to be able to watch the game in as much as they wanted to. But I was like, well, when I go home, I didn't want it because I was going to fire up the game when we got home. But when I got home, I didn't want to cut them out of the game. So that was the one time where, something being shown across multiple platforms is actually a positive thing because I went home and fired it up on Paramount Plus.
There you go.
Because I didn't want to cut in on their, enjoyment halfway through the game, have it cut out because I'm reassigning the location to my home. But, the party was great. Way better than the game, boy. That game, I was like, Jesus. I didn't know what to think because, I don't know, even if you're, the conventional wisdom for a long, long time has been, well, even if you're not into the game, you can be into the halftime show. You can be into the advertisements. But I didn't feel like anything was really hitting. And I didn't stay up for the whole game. So when I got up this morning, I Googled Super Bowl, and it said, obviously, that the Chiefs had won in overtime. And it sounds like it really kind of started as a dud, but ended great. So I didn't actually see the end. But, all the finger pointing today, and that they said that the 49ers coach apparently or the players didn't understand the overtime rules. And so that's why they opted to receive. And I don't know if that would have changed anything.
Everybody always opts to receive.
Do they?
Always, yeah, I mean, you always want
Why
the ball
are they
first.
dragging them then?
You always want the ball
have
first.
the ball. That's what they said.
Yeah, you always want the ball first because if you score a touchdown, is it different in the playoffs?
Well, yeah,
I thought if you score a touchdown, game's over.
No. The other team gets a chance to respond. So in the playoffs.
Oh, in the playoffs. Okay.
So that's why they were still confused about it. I don't know. I mean, it's.
Well, there you go. And then
Mahomes flings it. It's there. Hardman, jackpot, Kansas City, and the Chiefs. They have their dynasty. Yes.
Hey, what constitutes a dynasty? Because that's the word they're throwing around a lot. Patrick Mahomes now is going to be in Tom Brady territory, that he is on his way to exceeding what Tom Brady did over the course of his career. Pat Mahomes is 28 years old. He's already got 3 Super Bowls.
He's won 3 of the last 4. So
Yeah,
I think that's dynasty.
Dynasty, okay. In quick succession.
And back-to-back.
Right.
And now they have a chance to do something that no one's ever done, which is win 3 in a row.
Okay. It was only the second overtime game in Super Bowl history, the first one being 7 years ago when the Falcons blew that lead against the remember that?
28-3.
28-3, and they still lost to Tom Brady and the Pats. And but the Travis Kelce yelling at Andy Reid.
Oh, I made that into a little meme where I'm Travis Kelce saying it's Friday and Andy Reid is Mary.
I like the one. I don't want to have her do an entire album about me. We have to win.
Yeah.
That's a good one. But imagine in real life.
There's 55 burgers, 55 fries.
Yes. Yeah. It's instantly memeable. But imagine in real life if anyone else were to do that to their superior. Like, I understand it's sports. It's professional sports, and emotions are high. Mm-hmm. Everything's on the line. Every possible sports cliche you can think of, you can knit into a pillow for the Super Bowl. But all I could think was, because he, pushed him. Andy Reid is a giant man, right? If you move him, I saw he hopped on top of, after they won, part of his celebration was hopping on top of one of the players or something. I'm like, it's a good thing that dude had all of his pads on, because even a professional athlete would have been flattened underneath the gravitational pull of one Andrew Reid. But to scream in your coach's ear like that, I mean, obviously, if you're the coach of an NFL team, you take it with a grain of salt, just because these guys are.
He's been doing this for 20-something years.
Right.
Like he's
with the Eagles for a long time, and those guys like to yell.
Yeah.
But holy mackerel! Imagine doing that to your. Imagine if we got in Keith Kennedy's face or Rob Anthony's face and just screamed at him.
They shouldn't be talking crap. What am I supposed to do?
I got into it with.
But Andy Reid wasn't talking crap. You got into what?
I got into it with Saskeys once.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Because he probably sent a passive-aggressive email saying, today, dot.
We were, just talking about some stuff, and it got heated. And
this was in his office?
This is in our office.
In the Alan Cox Show office?
Yeah.
In quiet office?
Mm-hmm.
It got really loud?
It got really loud.
Wow.
Door was closed. We were, having some words.
So where was I?
I don't think you were in that day. I think I was just there on a day off working on some stuff. Or you were just out.
And he said, hey, could I have a word? Or
we were just talking about some situations, employment situations, and I just.
Was this a money argument?
Money and just yeah, pretty much money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, because those are always things that obviously he would bring to my attention, but I didn't remember. I didn't remember it being conveyed. He certainly didn't convey to me that it was like screaming.
I mean, it wasn't like
maybe he did. And I don't remember.
Full blown screaming. I don't know. It was. But we put it behind us, and we,
voices were raised.
With him. Yeah, it was just a heated moment. We got a little emotional, and it was.
But you didn't get in his face and push him.
No, I didn't get in his face. No way.
That's what I'm saying. You were to get in somebody's face and push them on the sidelines there. Because, Andy Reid, a body at rest will stay at rest. That guy didn't want to be moving around. He didn't want to get knocked over.
Well, boring-ish game for the most part. And then it ended pretty exciting.
None of the conspiracies ended up being true.
What?
That was the biggest bummer for me. Taylor Swift was supposed to come down there on a disco horse like Beyonce and grab the microphone and tell everybody to vote for Joe Biden. And she didn't do that.
What? That's crazy.
So it was ironic.
Missed their chance.
It was really ironic that the Super Bowl got all the MAGA brains so twisted that they were cheering for the San Francisco team, right?
Right.
All they do on Fox News is scream about how they hate San Francisco. It's a liberal hellhole. But they just could not wait for the San Francisco 49ers to win. so that Taylor Swift would be thwarted in her efforts to. Because if the 49ers had won the Super Bowl, for those people, it would have been God hates Taylor Swift and loves Donald Trump.
Right.
But the Chiefs won, so it was, well, the elites have rigged, and they're trying to make Taylor Swift vice president and blah, blah, blah. So none of that came true. That's kind of a bummer. It would have been great if that had been true, just for the spectacle of it. Everybody's down there celebrating, and Travis Kelce is, singing Viva Las Vegas to people. You see him singing Viva Las Vegas to people. Post Malone's down there in his Cowboys coat because his dad worked for the Cowboys when he was a little kid, when they moved down to Texas.
Cheese Kingdom! Y'all hear this? We've been fighting for all right all day. How about a little Viva Las Vegas? Viva Las Vegas!
Already drunk?
Viva Las Vegas!
I've never heard him speak before.
Hey, Elvis never had it better than that right there. Let me tell you. Hey, you still got to fight for your right, don't you? You got to fight for your right.
I mean, if you had a stadium full of people, of course you'd go bananas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
of course, you just won your
awesome.
third Super Bowl. You're jacked up, man. That's great. It's a great moment.
Then you go to the clubs and you party, and they're like,
good
oh,
time.
everybody else is like, I'm going to Disneyland. He's like, I'm a F Taylor Swift.
Yeah. I'm putting it in her butt.
Disneyland.
We're going back door tonight. She said if I win the Super Bowl, I get to go in her tight end.
Gosh, having a good time. I guess I didn't realize that the fans were called Chiefs Kingdom.
Oh, yeah.
The Kingdom, because you've got the Bills Mafia.
Yep.
You've got the Browns Dog Pound. You've got, you've got a lot of other names. But Chiefs Kingdom. What are the 49ers fan base called?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard it.
Niners. I don't know. What do they chant? Bang, bang, Niner gang. Now that I like.
Bang, bang.
That's great.
Never heard that.
Bang, bang. Because there's only one word that separates bang and gang in there. That's great. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Let me give you this money here. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
People in the live chat are saying that there's some weird thing coming through on the live stream, like audio from another studio or something.
No clue.
No idea.
Do not know.
Yeah.
Bill in Lakewood. Hello, sir.
Hello, Al. Hate the show.
What's up, man?
Hello. That was probably in the top 5 of the most boring, if that's even a word, most boring Super Bowl ever. I mean, you went to bed. I mean, there was no scoring, no nothing. Just, everyone thought it was the worst.
Well, it just looked I watched until the third quarter, and it just looked like it looked real sloppy. I'm like, maybe I'm not watching it properly. I mean, I'm like, it just looked sloppy, and nobody could do anything, and there was I don't know.
That's a great point. It's like, nothing. All the playing was sloppy, and then Kelce yelling at Reed. They should have put him right on the bench for the rest of the game to teach him.
Do that.
Well, no, I mean,
the Super Bowl.
I'm just saying, you can't do that to your coach. But I'm old, so
they won the Super Bowl. I think they'll be all right.
It was amazing.
Yeah, I know,
There's people out there, obviously primarily on social media. There's not people in real life having these conversations. But, for people who are perpetually angry, this is a kind of an event where there are so many things you could point your, worthless anger towards, People mad that Taylor Swift fans only had to wait 4 months to enjoy a Super Bowl. And, Browns fans been waiting their whole lives, whatever that is. But,
yes,
people complaining about the black national anthem. And, but
they've been doing that for a long time.
I know,
right.
but it's no less silly every
Right.
time it happens, They're still trying to make Ice Spice happen.
Al, I do have to correct you on one thing.
Oh, please.
Even though you are always right. I believe, and I'm no linguist, but I like linguini. Anybody?
Yeah, he's a cunning linguist.
Yeah. Whoa, that's let's get more beyond PG. It's chief. You got to pronounce your F. You're coming across as cheese.
Yeah, it's Cheeves. Yeah, I-E-V-S. I-V-E-S. You know how the plural of beef is beeves? The plural of chief is Cheeves.
I figured you'd have an answer like that, but
Well, it's like you said, I'm always right, Bill.
You're always right, but
okay.
Well,
Thank you, Bill.
You're not pronouncing the name. All right, guys.
Thank you. There's Bill in Lakewood.
Bye, Bill in Lakewood.
Hey, John.
Hey, Alan, how are you guys?
What's going on?
Nothing. I'm pretty sure the slogan for the 49ers is Weiner Diner 49ers.
I think you might be onto something there. Yeah, when you get a whole stadium singing that, man, it's probably it's a near religious experience, I think.
Absolutely.
Weiner Diner 49er, yes. Thank you, John.
I like
John in Canton. They had Taylor Swift chugging a beer on the Jumbotron because she's just like us. She's one of us. And they wanted to make sure that people knew that. So something for everybody. Every time they would show Post Malone, he was always holding his Bud Light label out. That is a pro move, by the way.
He's doing.
He knows exactly what he's doing. Because he was in
His
that
first rodeo.
Yep. His Bud Light commercial in there.
Poundcake, what did you think of my party?
Oh, yeah. Did he come to your party?
He did.
It was nice. Like, we just chilled. It wasn't anything crazy.
Bill brought leftover cupcakes here to the kitchen.
Yeah, I didn't know that. No, but I was trying to get as drunk as possible because I hadn't been drunk in a long time, so I was like a lightweight.
So when did you show up to Bill's party? Were you fashionably late?
I was like right after kickoff.
Yeah,
is that
right
what it's
around-
called? Is it called kickoff?
He got there.
Is it called kickoff?
I already said, I was like, oh, look at these people sitting courtside, and I learned it's sidelines.
You did not say courtside.
I did say courtside.
All the times we've had Bridget Linton in here, and I've said, hey, she's a Brown sideline reporter. She's your girl. You went to school. You don't pay attention to any of that?
Didn't ring a bell. I mean, I know what she does. I would just say like a commentator.
But I've never referred to her as a courtside reporter for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, no. I
So
guess
now
but
now you know.
Yeah.
What'd you think of my spread?
Very nice spread. Very diverse spread.
And how was the food?
Excelente.
Okay.
Who brought the? Well, it wasn't prime rib. What was that?
A London broil. I made that.
London broil.
I made a London broil.
Nice.
Diverse spread.
Was this a Super Bowl party in 1986?
Is that an old timey meat?
London broil.
I like a London broil.
No, it's delicious. I just haven't heard of anybody
Yeah.
making one in a long time.
When it's a cheap cut of meat and it's good to, it serves a lot of people.
Yep.
And it's easy to make. So
Yep. What did you marinate it with?
Just like soy sauce.
Okay.
It's not what I usually do, but that's what I had, and I was like, yeah, this will get the job done.
All right.
And so it was a hit. Everybody liked that. Whoopsie was the star of the show. Kept the game from being too boring because she was having a good time, and everybody loved Whoopsie. She's humping on everybody. Did she hump on you, Poundcake?
She did hump on me.
Yeah.
Did you let her finish?
No.
Oh. Seems
Yeah.
That seems
We did a couple
rude.
shots. I got pretty drunk.
Did you
I'll be
really?
honest. Yeah, I mean, it's in my house.
Did Poundcake Irish goodbye, or did he?
No, everybody
make
kind
the
of left at
rounds
the
and-
same time.
How many people showed up?
So there was Marty, 1, 2, 4, 6. There's 8 of us.
8 people.
Oh,
at your party.
nine.
There was
that
like
me.
9.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's 9. So that's the most people I've ever had over to my place.
Really?
So it was,
at one time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't entertained a lot there because when I first moved in, it was COVID.
Yep.
And then just didn't have. I mean, I've had people over, just never that many. But it was a great time.
Nobody-
a lot of laughs, a lot of commentary.
Nobody overstayed their welcome.
Nope. As soon as the game was over, because of it being in overtime, everybody was like, "We're out of here. We're ready to go."
I mean, it was like 11 o'clock.
Yeah, everybody was in Poundcake was walking home, so he just had to walk out, and then.
Now, your concern
everybody-
on Friday, Poundcake, when we talked about you going to Bill's party, was that there was going to be a lack of hose. Did that make the experience less enjoyable or no?
He had a diverse spread of food, but no hose. There were no hose there, unfortunately.
So in the absence of hose, you'll be happy with food.
Oh, John Bruton's kind of a hoe.
But he's not a hoe for me. He's a hoe for the other team.
Okay, well, I mean, he's not even a hoe for the other team anymore because he's engaged and stuff. So.
Oh, okay.
He's got a baby.
Oh, that's right. At Poundcake's alley.
His hoeing days are over.
So everybody had a good
Yeah,
time.
everybody's retired hoes that were there, but it was a great time. It was like minimal cleanup too. Everybody sent home everybody with food. Did I send you home with food?
Little doggy bag.
Yeah.
I think it was funny because it was just an odd number of things. Like you gave me.
I was just trying to get it out of my house.
And then it was like you gave me like 3 chicken nuggets and 2 carrots. Like it was very. I was like,
it's like whatever's left, you're just putting in a bag for him.
That's a weird portion size.
Yeah.
Just 2 carrots, just sitting right there.
Yeah.
He was trying to tell you something.
Well, no, it was 3 chicken nuggets.
I think I was just being silly.
Did you have any trouble walking home? Did you keep your
No.
head on a swivel?
No, I called someone. I think I was talking to my mom on the phone.
Okay.
So I felt company.
Uh-huh.
And you didn't really dig the Usher halftime show. Like, I thought it was great. I thought it was fun.
It's not, again, I don't want Apple Music picking the halftime shows anymore.
I'm with
because
you.
It seems like everybody's skimping out on stuff. Like, it's like we have a budget now, and a budget wasn't a thing. These artists already don't get paid. It's not Usher's fault.
But it felt like it was just so that it was all just so they could get in the Apple Music commercial right after.
It is. Yeah. That's literally what it is. And
Rock Nation produces it. Jay-Z's up there watching the whole thing go down.
Yes, but it's also again, Apple Music dipped her head in it or dipped her toe in it, and then was just like, I feel like they're calling orders, like giving you a budget, giving you a certain amount of time. I heard that this was supposed to be the longest halftime show in history. Like he was supposed to get 15 minutes. And when I went home and watched it on YouTube, it was 13 like everything else. So it's hype. And there was no pyro.
But 2 minutes is not. I mean,
Yeah,
I just felt like
Poundcake was really bummed out that there was no pyro.
But
performance.
by the time he got into roller skates, I was like, okay, come
That
on.
was the best part.
It was impressive. It was really impressive. But I was like, it just felt like they were throwing everything
It
again.
didn't make sense to me.
Here's Alicia Keys. Here's Will.I.am in a helmet. I'm like, okay.
It didn't make sense to me because we were arguing. They have a retractable roof out there at Allegiant Stadium, and I'm like, what's the point of having the retractable roof if you're not going to utilize it? Why would you? If you can have fireworks, why would you not? Like,
well, that takes a long time to get open.
So, but
right?
you know, halftime. Start opening it before halftime starts. It's
You
not
can't
like you
do
don't
it
have
when people are in the stadium. I don't think you have to make that decision beforehand.
Well, you're in Las Vegas. What is
it was like 30 degrees in Las Vegas.
Was it that cold?
It was pretty cold.
Was it?
I still don't understand it. They want to give all these orders. It's always cold around.
Well,
football.
the beginning of it, I was like, is that what he sounds like live? Because everybody sounded flat. Like Alicia Keys is a great singer. She sounded flat. He sounded flat. By the time Ludacris comes out, I was like, okay, cool.
Gone are the days.
They got Lil Jon on people's shoulders. I'm like, Jesus Christ, who else are they gonna roll out?
Yeah, Jermaine Dupri looked like he was about to go to church. He had the church socks on.
Church.
But my brother had to explain to me. He said, "Gone are the days where icons. There's no living icons right now. Like you're not going to see another Prince halftime show. You're not going to see another Michael Jackson or Janet Jackson halftime show. Those days are over." So
well,
now,
they did one of those. They did one of those surveys. Who do you want for 2025? And it was Taylor Swift and Metallica. Those were the top 2.
Metallica.
Yeah,
I would want to see a Carrie Underwood halftime show.
Love to see a Metallica halftime show.
Carrie Underwood and Metallica together.
Yeah. Taylor Swift and Metallica. They already did it with Gaga. Do it with Taylor Swift. I'm going to break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192 to get me there. You can also hit us up at AlanCoxShow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Lamb of God and Mastodon, WMMS, and 2 hours to midnight present the Ashes of Leviathan tour. Lamb of God and Mastodon, both celebrating the 20th anniversary of Ashes of the Wake and Leviathan, respectively. Special guest Kerry King, who's got a solo band put together after the end of Slayer, and Unearth. Be a wild show, boy. Jacob's Pavilion on Friday, August the 9th. Go to axs.com for the details. I will have tickets for you for the show all week, right around this time. So first pair to you for Lamb of God and Mastodon on this co-headlining run here in Cleveland. Caller 10. First pair of tickets go to you. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Sure, you could listen to another show, but then how would you find the puppies we've buried in boxes around the city? 100.7 WMMS.
Mary out today, but I will be putting people on her Polar Blast tubing team all week. About a half an hour from now, right around 3:20 all week. Her team, Snow Babies. My team is set. Coxicles, I got people for that. Bill's team, Ices, I got people for that. And I think there might still be time to register to be on Team Poundcake. His are the Astro Sliders. You can go to WMMS.com at the contest page there. We've also got a discount ticket link for MMS listeners, courtesy of Boston Mills Brandy Wine. So very happy about that. It's free to join us, but if you want to get the all-night tubing thing, we got a discount ticket link for you. Thanks also to Statement Limousine, and thanks to Circle K, our pals over there. We're getting some prizes from them, so that's awesome. So it happens a week from this Friday. It's the 23rd, back at Boston Mills Brandy Wine. So we'll do Mary's team all this week around 3:20. If you want to join us for that. Cavs play tonight. These guys are still winning. You can't stop them. They beat the somebody over the weekend.
Raptors.
Oh, they beat the Raptors in Toronto, 119-95. It's a good cushion. The Sixers are in town tonight. Cavs are at home the bulk of this week. So 7 o'clock is your tip-off tonight. We will roll out around 6:30 and get right into your pregame coverage. Philly, Cleveland. Tonight at the Robo Fijo in downtown Cleveland on 100.7 WMMS. And on the iHeartRadio app. You can listen there too. Tomorrow, iHeart is doing the exclusive premiere of the new Pearl Jam track. It's called Dark Matter. And I guess we're going to be playing it a lot. You want a little taste?
Of course.
The new Pearl Jam track? That's all you get. That's all I'm giving you. The full thing tomorrow. So that's pretty cool. It's been a while since Pearl Jam's done something. And they've been teasing a new album for a while. And it sounds like it might be a little bit more of a straight-ahead rock and roll sound from Pearl Jam. But we'll find out. But the new track tomorrow, you'll be hearing it all day long on MMS, called Dark Matter. If you want to leave us messages on the iHeartRadio app, you can do it there. A little talkback button for you.
Hey, Alan, hate the show. With all the conspiracy theories running rampant about Taylor Swift and the NFL, some other things are kind of getting covered up. The humanoid reptile mind control sort of conspiracy theory just got confirmed. If you saw the shooting at the Evangelical Church of Joel Osteen, all you have to do is watch his interview to note that he is a humanoid reptile trying to control people with religion.
Joel Osteen is a reptile? Is that what he's saying? Is he talking about because of how Joel Osteen looks? Is that his point? I mean, I don't either.
I don't know how the reptile thing actually works.
I think maybe he's bagging on how Joel Osteen looks. Yeah, we have a lot of bureau chiefs in the city of Houston, and this mega church, this Joel Osteen mega church, which used to be a friggin' sports arena or something. And a lady walks in between services and just she's holding a kid. I guess thinking that nobody's going to shoot me if I'm holding a kid. I don't know. 36-year-old lady walks in, starts firing. I don't know if there are 2 people injured. Cops killed the woman and hit the kid because she's holding the kid. The kid is in like critical condition or something. They still don't know what the connection to her and the kid is. You have to think there's probably some kind of familial connection if she's got a kid with her and the kid's not kicking and screaming. But they said that she was screaming Free Palestine or had Free Palestine somewhere on a shirt or a rifle or whatever. And Joel Osteen, maybe he's referring to just how Joel Osteen looks because he does have kind of a wild look about him.
Pastor Osteen says he's thankful the shooting did not happen earlier in the day.
I can only imagine if it would have happened during the 11 o'clock service. If there's anything good of it, you know what?
That's when I really make my money.
She didn't get in there and do a whole lot worse damage.
And
it could have been a lot worse if there had been that's the Lakewood Church in Houston, Texas. About 6 miles from downtown Houston. And lady comes in, starts fire. They were getting ready for the Mexican service, the service in Spanish, which is primarily Mexican parishioners at that church. So, yeah, I wonder why. If you're going in looking to do some damage, why don't you go in during one of the main services? Maybe security is tighter? I don't know. But the woman walks in, and so maybe that whoever left that message, maybe they were just talking about how Joel Osteen looks, because he just looks like a slick dude who's had work done. You know, he's like one of the gemstones.
Right. I think there's parts of the gemstones that are based on him specifically.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
And Joel Osteen is known for he's a prosperity gospel guy. Yes. If you give me money,
yeah,
God will make if you give me money, God will make you rich. That's what a lot of these guys preach.
Well, Jesus bought 2 Super Bowl ads. I mean, how much more money?
Boy, there was a lot of Jesus in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of mixed messages too. Because it was a lot of foot washing and a lot of
get them feet washed.
Yeah. There's a lot of listen, if you look into the company that bought those ads, it's a Christian nationalist group. So, again, mixed messages. They're currently arguing in front of the Supreme Court that religions should be able to legally discriminate, specifically against gay people and this kind of stuff. So the whole He Gets Us campaign, I'm not sure what they're trying to accomplish.
They're trying to make it seem like, oh no, we just
yeah, but you don't have to.
Everybody,
but you don't have to dig deep anymore to find out who funds
Right.
these ads. I mean, so first of all, discontinue their tax exemption first, and then we'll talk about whatever you want to do when it comes to discrimination. But I'm sure it's a lot of the same people whining about the Black National Anthem. The same people. But yeah, those Jesus ads were.
The foot one was wild. The one where it's like, Jesus, wash feet.
Well, it was I get what they're
I know what they're trying
to
do,
do,
but it's just it didn't hit the way they thought it would.
No,
it just
and
came
if
across
your
pervy.
Company is clearly not as inclusive as the ads would lead you to believe. But yeah, it was strange. Yeah, out of the advertisements, I guess the Schwarzenegger Danny DeVito one was the one that tracked the best with people. They had been teasing it. I gotta say,
that was pretty good, yeah.
This year, I felt like I didn't see a lot of the ads ahead of time. In years past, by the time the Super Bowl hits, you've seen every ad on YouTube or online.
Right.
Because they kind of breadcrumb them out. I didn't feel like I saw it. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. Maybe if everybody else.
I know there were definitely ones that were released ahead of time, but I don't like to search them out. I want to see them when they air.
Right.
I like that. I like to see it that way.
There were a lot of movie trailers. They had the Deadpool Wolverine. They had the Twister sequel.
Twisters.
Yeah.
And then people were going running with the Twisters sequels, and they did a lot of comparison to Too Fast, Too Furious and stuff like that. But that's not the formula they were following. They were following the Alien sequel formula. So it goes Alien, Aliens, Alien 3. So the next Twister will be Twister 3.
I thought you meant the content of the film.
No.
Oh, okay.
Just the titles of the Twister Resurrection.
Well, Too Twister, Too Fast.
No, see, that's back to... No, it's got to stay with the Alien.
Aliens, okay.
Twister versus
Twister
Predator.
Covenant, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Twister Prometheus.
Prometheus.
Well, yeah, I was expecting to see, because listen, Bill Paxton, dead.
Mm-hmm.
Philip Seymour Hoffman, dead. They were in the original one. I wondered if there's going to be like a Helen Hunt cameo. Is she going to be somebody's mom? I don't know. Otherwise, it's a handful of people that you kind of have seen in some other things, but you're not quite sure who they are.
Hey, if it's fun tornado chasing times, then I think people will show up for it.
Yeah, you get a large
That first
popcorn
Twister
and sit there and
rules,
watch, trucks get sucked up, and who wouldn't like to
Suck
see
truck?
Who wouldn't like to see a movie, Poundcake, of a bunch of people getting sucked up
I'd watch.
into the tornadoes?
Sucking it dry.
Yep.
Cody Brown in Twisters.
I would love to get sucked up.
They left that part out.
It's in my audition tape.
Yep. Yeah, so the Schwarzenegger DeVito thing, people like that, because it was I actually thought the one that I saw everybody slagging was the Dunkin' Donuts ad. I thought it was kind of funny.
I didn't really get what was going on. It was kind of loud in my house at that point, and I didn't really know what they were doing with that.
Well, J-Lo's in the studio, and Ben Affleck and Matt Damon come in dressed head to toe in like Boston Dunkin' orange, Tom Brady's in it, Jack Harlow's in it. So it was a lot of kitchen sink, but I thought the conceit of it was kind of funny. That she's like, we talked about this, get the hell out of here. And, he's going in deep on the whole Southie accent and the whole thing. But, yeah, so, again, I didn't it felt like the primary thing, and you can't blame anybody, but it felt like the primary thing that the advertisers were trying to do was not make anybody mad. Don't get anybody mad. So there's nothing that's really going to be that interesting. There's nothing that's, Mr. T in a Skechers ad. You're like, okay, I get it, The Christopher Walken BMW ad I thought was entertaining.
Right, yeah.
It was other people doing Christopher Walken. But they had an Uber Eats ad that was, in order to remember Uber Eats, you have to forget something else. And so it's Jennifer Aniston forgetting who David Schwimmer was, and a series of that. That was the through line, and Usher's like, man, I hope to do the Super Bowl halftime show someday, ha, ha, ha. But they had originally cut a scene from that because they had somebody in it with a peanut allergy who forgot they were allergic, and so they showed them with their face all puffed up. And, of course, that got everybody with a peanut allergy upset. So in advance of the Super Bowl, they were like, well, that's insensitive to people with peanut allergies,
No, he's saying.
so let's cut that out.
But they were giving you representation.
Well, it would have, but visually it probably would have been funny. But again, to my point that they don't want to make anybody mad now during the Super Bowl, because even the Jesus stuff, I guarantee that didn't make anybody mad. I just don't know who that was for, because people who are way into Jesus don't care about that. People who aren't into Jesus at all don't care about that. So I'm not sure who it was for.
Yeah, like, is anybody seeing that commercial and being like, oh, yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, nobody was like, oh, this is wild.
Oh, yeah, Jesus.
They had the Mark Wahlberg prayer app commercial. I don't know. God bless him.
Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, I was drinking pretty heavily, but I remember the Schwarzenegger one I liked a lot. And then, I was happy to see the Deadpool teaser.
There was the RFK Jr. ad.
That one was the strangest one.
Like, we were at home and I'm watching, and Gwen and Nora were on the floor doing something for school today, and
that
she like
one was
turns
weird.
her head because they played the old Kennedy jingle from the 60s. Kennedy. And I was like, what is this? They made it look old-timey. And so, like, they're trying to associate him with all this JFK and RFK nostalgia, but A, the people who are old enough to remember that are already voting for Trump. And B, RFK Jr. is out there like, vaccines put autism ghosts in your legs. Like, that's that guy. So I'm not sure what they were.
Let him finish.
I'm not sure.
Tell me more about the autism ghost.
What point they were trying to get across with that. They're like, yeah, my uncle and my dad were real famous, and I'm married to the lady from Curb Your Enthusiasm who is always uncomfortable on camera when they talk to her about me. But it was very strange. And it was paid for by like a Trump PAC, I think. So I don't know. I'm not sure what they were going for there. So the ads, yeah, it was like a real mishmash of, I don't know. Every year it seems like the Super Bowl ads, they go, there's one or two iconic ads. And you'd be hard-pressed. If you didn't see a recap online today, you'd be hard-pressed to remember one or two of them at all. Other than maybe the movie trailers.
Yeah, what's the Wicked? That's coming out.
Yeah.
Twisters.
But like RFK Jr., that's got to be a weird thing, too, for any candidate, because these super PACs that you might not even be associated with can put advertisements out about you. So, like, this guy goes to Twitter and he's like, hey, I want to apologize to my family if they were upset, because none of his family is like, they're not a booster for him. They're like, we don't know when our uncle got to be such a kook, but here he is, and, you know. And so none of them are really on his side. And so he's like, yeah, I'm really sorry for the ad. It's wild. Cost $7 million there. So.
That's a lot of sorry.
That is a lot of money, boy. I'm going to break here. I will have another $1,000 for you. That next keyword, it's your last week, but we got a lot of keywords still to come for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. So that next one is coming up at 3:30. And right after the break, Mary's out today, but I'm going to put the first person on her Polar Blast team. So if you want to join us on the 23rd at Boston Mills Brandywine, we'll do that next.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeart
Join us on the 23rd for the return of the Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle, our annual tubing race at Boston Mills Brandywine. Each one of us captain of our own team. We're doing Mary's team this week. Snow Babies. WMMS.com has all the details you want. It's a free event. Come hang with us. We do our race. Go party in the lodge. There's discount tickets if you want to tube all night. Again, WMMS.com has all the info. But you got to win your way onto one of the teams. And so you can get your first spot on Mary's team here. So good luck. Caller 10, you will join us. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Okay, so being called an audio hate crime by Ohio Quilter Magazine wasn't our proudest moment. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
All right. Another $1,000 for you in about 8 or 9 minutes. A chance for you to grab $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Last week to do that. We'll be out tomorrow and Friday, but the remainder of the week, well, while we're out, I mean, there'll be a sum-up show, but you'll still have keywords. So pay attention to them if you have, as of yet, struck out with the grand. Thank you again to the fine folks over at Circle K for providing prizes for us for this year's Polar Blast Battle. Appreciate your assistance. It's the only place, I'll repeat it, it's the only place you can get the Jack Link's Wild Dr. Pepper Snack Stick. I got to get in there and get one of those, by the way. Usually I'm talking about Circle K because they're always the only place you can get whatever new Mountain Dew flavor they got going on, right? The Purple Thunder or whatever. Mm-hmm. I did like the Aubrey Plaza Nick Offerman Mountain Dew commercial during the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's one that we caught early, though.
I did see that early, and she's so foxy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is about Aubrey Plaza. Maybe it's her cool, detached demeanor.
It's her big, dead eyes.
Is that what it is? Those big, dead chestnut eyes of hers. But anyway, so thank you to the fine folks, the men and women, the ladies and gentlemen over at Circle K for prizes for the Polar Blast Battle. And thank you as well to Statement Limousine. They get us there and back safely because we like to party. We like to party after the Polar Blast Battle. And, you know, we will do, that's going to be a busy few days for me that week.
Me too.
I got a lot of stuff going on with the show, and then I got a show on Thursday night, and then we got the Polar Blast on Friday.
What's your Thursday night show?
Static X in Seven Dust.
I'm going to be in Erie, PA doing a show out there. So I got Erie, PA, and then we got the Polar Blast, and then I'm doing that show in Youngstown.
Yeah, I got the Polar Blast, and then that Saturday,
you want to switch? We
got a buddy's 41st birthday party. So there's going to be a lot of drinking. There's going to be a lot of partying. There's probably going to be...
Where's the 41st birthday party?
That's going to be
at a house, or
that's going to be at a bar in Lakewood.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. So it'll be a busy, busy few days. But I like that. I like when there's a lot of stuff going on. But all week around this time, we'll have spots for you on Mary's team. She's out today, but we'll all be back on Wednesday. And if you want to leave us messages on the iHeartRadio app, you can certainly do that. If you listen from out of state, tell me where. A couple of people we're up to 760 bureau chiefs around North America, and a couple of people have updated their locations. So Rodney and Jamie are in Allen, Texas. I think that's suburban Dallas. Jonathan's in Clanton, Alabama. Selena's in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Ryan listens in Seattle. Bob listens in Astoria, Oregon. And, Why do you think they dropped the Rock Hall nominees on the Saturday before Super Bowl Sunday?
That was weird. That was a weird time to do it.
Do you think they were You know how, like, when there's big news, they'll do a Friday night news dump because they know nobody will be paying attention to it? Politically,
But don't you want people to pay attention to the Rock Hall nominees?
You do,
Yeah.
but they know everybody is going to be going over it with a fine-toothed comb anyway, but it's like, and I know every year we look at the list of nominees.
And we say they should all be in.
And we go, what?
All deserving.
What are they thinking with some of them? But I have to tell you, this year's list, I go,
it's a strange
what
list.
are they thinking? It's a very strange list. It's like this year they forgot they were going to have to come up with a dozen nominees, and so they hit an intern up on Friday night and said, hey, I completely forgot we have to announce the nominees tomorrow for the class of 2024. Could you just put a quick list together? And then somebody spun the wheel on like their streaming playlist, and they came up with these 15 nominees. It's back in Cleveland this year. It'll be in the fall at the Romo Fijo. They will stream it live on Disney Plus. And it'll be, all these streamers now are under not one company, but there's about 4 or 5 companies now that have all the streamers. So Disney Plus and Hulu and ABC, those are all the same company. So they're going to be streaming the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductions on Disney Plus. And then they do it on New Year's Day on ABC Network. Did you see the list, Cody?
Saw some of them, yeah. I didn't have a problem with a couple of, like Sade.
Go ahead, try it again.
Sade.
Yeah.
There we go.
I didn't have a problem with her.
That's the one you didn't have a problem with. Listen, I love Sade as much as the next guy. I saw her in concert 30 years ago. If you couldn't get laid after a Sade show, you weren't going to get laid. But in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I mean...
They just need to, just like everything else, it's subjective. Like, it's not rock and roll. Rock and roll is the brand, but
no,
it's
I
not
understand.
the genre.
I know that ship has sailed. I don't think anybody should be criticizing anymore for not rock acts. My thought is just, let's put all of the rock acts in first before we get to, you want to broaden your horizons. That's great. But let's get the bands that should absolutely be in there first and then move on to Mary J. Blige, Mariah Carey, and Cher.
I had no idea that Ozzy wasn't in as a solo artist
No,
yet.
that's one of the most egregious. And it's not like Ozzy's going to come to Cleveland.
He might.
He is not.
Why not?
Because he's already in. Sharon doesn't care. Sharon points him in the direction he needs to go, and she ain't going to take him to Cleveland.
She's going to bring him to Cleveland. I think he'll be here. He did his 50th anniversary show here.
He doesn't know that.
Yes, he
does
might.
not. Ozzy does not know that he did the WMMS 50th anniversary show
But
in
it's
2018.
also part of his 50th anniversary of touring.
Nevertheless, he doesn't care.
And I think that was the last show of his tour that year. I think he's going to show up.
Mary J.
Blige.
Blige,
He's going to show up.
Mariah Carey, Cher. Conventional wisdom is that Mariah Carey will be the shoe in there.
I can't believe Cher's not in yet.
Dave Matthews Band, Eric B. and Rakim, Foreigner, Peter Frampton, Juanas Adicción, Kool and the Gang. Now, I thought Kool would be in as a solo artist, but apparently he's not. He needs to get in with the gang. Lenny Kravitz, Oasis, Sinead O'Connor, Ozzy Osbourne as a solo artist. He's in with Sabbath. Sade and A Tribe Called Quest. Even as weird as the nominee lists are year to year, I don't know why this is just such a weird list. It's like they threw darts at a board.
Like, who are the first-time nominees here?
Like, most of them, I think, are first-time.
Or like the first years of eligibility, though.
10 out of the 15 are first-time ballots.
Okay. But they're not their first year of eligibility, though.
Correct.
That's what I'm... that's kind of the land we're getting into now, because I don't think there's going to be as many bands. Like, after, you're gonna get bands like Nickelback getting nominated eventually, or Limp Bizkit.
But they're
but like, what?
Well, if you go purely by eligibility,
Yeah.
those are your possibilities, yes. But I'm talking about and again, I'm no purist. There are just so many egregious absences that maybe get to them first. Put Iron Maiden in the Rock and Roll Hall of
Once
Fame.
and for all, please.
REO Speedwagon, right? We gave away tickets last week. They're coming to Blossom this summer. Might not be your favorite band. Should they be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Yes, they should. Should Bad Company be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Yes, they should. Foreigner, Frampton, yes, those guys should. I don't know if they'll split the vote. I could see Frampton getting in and not Foreigner. But again, obviously, we're as guilty of this as anybody else. We toss this list around, and it's because it's fun to do. But in years past, there's always a dark horse nomination. Sade is this year's Kate Bush, right? Sinead, she passed away. Maybe she gets I don't know. You can go and you can vote. I voted my nominees this morning, and you can do that every day. But in years past, you've kind of seen the standouts. I don't know what they are this year. I don't know what it's so scattered. I don't know what the standouts are. Again, when it comes to pop artists, I always think of, have they inspired other musicians?
I think you got to put Cher in. I think that's.
Do you?
I think
Yes.
so. She's just.
Because she's old?
No, not because she's old, but.
Well, then what other reason?
Music
If you're talking
transcends
about
generations.
Yeah, like being a generational talent, inspiring other musicians. I mean,
I don't
Cher's that.
I don't necessarily disagree with you. I'm just saying that I see them putting Mariah Carey in before Cher.
I don't think so.
Both in.
Okay.
Make them diva fight.
With knives, razors.
Again,
Like the Deftones.
I think Whitney Houston has more of a rock and roll appeal than Mariah Carey. Mariah Carey, she don't have one song that makes her get sweaty. And if you ain't got one song that makes you get sweaty, then you don't need to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I mean, is there a song that Dolly Parton has that makes you get sweaty? Because she's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Dolly Parton has wrote.
Is there an Oasis
thousands of
song that
songs.
makes you get sweaty?
Possibly.
And they're a rock band.
Yeah.
I mean, the Deftones aren't in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
They'll get you sweaty, though.
They should be a first. Hells yes. The Deftones.
They'll get you real sweaty.
That's F metal right there. Let me give you the money. It is $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Still got to nail down our punishments, too.
I know.
Michael Jackson, of course, in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He got in twice within 4 years. He got in first with the Jackson 5, and then he's been in for 20-plus years as a solo artist. And he sold his catalog. You sent me this, Poundcake? He sold his catalog?
Half of it.
I thought Paul McCartney, or no, I guess Michael Jackson bought the Beatles, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the Michael Jackson catalog was already sold.
No, I told you. That is why it was like a big conspiracy around his death, because people was like, Sony was after his catalog. And
everything's a conspiracy.
But they were partly right. They have been trying to buy this man's catalog for years.
Who's they?
Sony.
What took him so long?
Because Michael wouldn't sell. Not half of it, not a quarter of it.
I mean, he's
nothing.
been dead for a long time now.
The estate wouldn't sell it. But what's happening now is, I covered this on my Poundcake podcast months ago. I think it was actually a year to the day, because they were in talks of selling this, and I told them no.
You were ahead of the game on this.
Because I heard the news breaking, and I saw the writing on the wall, because I know exactly what they were going to do. Because they did it with the Aaliyah biopic. They didn't have an Aaliyah biopic in the movie theater, like in theaters, because the estate wouldn't sign off on the music rights, because who controls the masters controls the narrative, so they can paint.
Yeah, but Aaliyah is not Michael Jackson.
I understand that. So that's a small artist like Aaliyah, and she's not small, but she's not Michael Jackson status. Not many are. But Michael Jackson, they're coming out with a biopic, and every time, that's a lot of money to be putting out there. If they play his movie in Japan and China and Asia and all over the world. Every time one of his songs plays, he's going to get paid for that. So the studios were like, we're not going to do a biopic if we don't get a piece of it. So
what is the point? What do you think the point is of buying half of a catalog?
Because you get some money rather than no money. They weren't going to. Michael didn't want to sell anything.
$600 million is the reported rate for half of his catalog.
And these people were talking about, oh, Michael was broke when he died. Michael wasn't broke. They wanted you to believe he
debt though.
Debt from what? Like what can't you buy with $1.2 billion?
Well, that doesn't mean liquid. I mean, something is only valued what somebody else goes with. This is what we'll give you for it.
But
so
he had all of his
it's not
music.
it's not like he could write a check for $1.2 billion.
But what I'm saying, he could sell something off and pay it off, and he wouldn't do that. That's how you knew he was smart with it.
Well, they tried to sell Neverland Ranch. They couldn't get anybody to buy that mess.
Oh yeah, they'll probably bulldoze that because the land alone is millions of dollars.
Right, but he couldn't sell that when he was alive. They were trying to sell that to pay like legal bills and stuff, and nobody would buy it.
No one wanted to buy it because
that's why he that was an albatross around his neck.
Because once you buy the land, you have to do something with it, or it's essentially wasted if no one wants to pay for it. I'm sure they'd much rather well, just give us the rights to the Bad album. Or, I mean, he didn't just own his music. He owned the Beatles catalog and other artists like Beyonce. Every time Beyonce made an album, he would get paid. Like, he owned Eminem. He bought Eminem's masters. So every time Eminem made an album, underneath that contract, under the umbrella, underneath the umbrella of Sony, Michael Jackson would get paid. So
he bought Eminem's catalog?
Mm-hmm.
Why would Eminem sell his own catalog to Michael Jackson?
He didn't have
He didn't own
you
it.
You sign your rights away when you become he's Eminem the artist, not Eminem the person. Like, he's Marshall Mathers the person.
You think he'll re-record all of his songs?
Eminem's version?
M's version.
Yeah.
Marshall's version.
Yeah.
Twirling around in the wind. Yeah. So I saw this on the writing on the wall. There was no way they were going to make a Michael biopic, show him in a nice light, air it all around the world, and allow the estate to make money off of it without Sony making some money off of it. But half of it. And I think
you've really got this all figured out.
Well, because it's a bad deal. Because they're not, if they want to control.
This is a bad deal.
Yes, because if the Michael Jackson estate wants to control the narrative, you need a controlling share. 50% is not a controlling share. You want the stipulations was 50%, and then we will manage the estate. And I'm like, well, you don't have any power to do that. You got to have 51%. And allow the other half to have 49%, and then you can kind of call the shots. They can't do that. So we'll see what happens.
So who is running his estate?
I don't know. Some group or someone he probably dictated before he died. I don't know if it's the Jackson family per se.
Is it Jermaine and Reby? Does Tito get a cut?
I'm sure the family gets something. Jafar, his nephew.
Jafar! Your Majesty, does he get some?
No, but Jafar is playing him in the biopic.
Ah, all right.
So I'm sure that was another
I just don't want Your Majesty to get cut out.
Jafar looks the most like Michael.
Jafar,
Your Majesty.
Yeah.
I forget they're all J's.
Yeah, sure are.
But they fought him tooth and nail while he was alive to try and get a sliver of his catalog, and he wouldn't sell. And now after he's dead,
why not sell when you're alive?
Because he didn't need to. Why?
Well, everybody can use $600 million.
But Michael, he had that. That's where it was valued now.
Right, but I'm just saying, I mean, the guy knew he wasn't going to live to be 85 years old.
But
you see the writing. You got to see the writing on your own wall when you were living like he was. I mean, unless he was so out of it that he was like, I'm going to live till I'll be 100. It wasn't going to happen.
But, okay, you ask him to sell. Why doesn't he sell? Why doesn't Sony ever sell their masters back to their artists? Because they make generational wealth off of that. Labels don't sell their catalog that often.
Well, no, the money only goes one way. But if you're an artist lucky enough to be able to value your catalog at that, like Queen, Brian May is trying to sell that catalog for like $1 billion. And so, yeah, the money only goes one way. So if you're Michael Jackson, Brian May is not waiting until he dies to let the estate sell the catalog. All these artists, Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks, there's a reason they're doing it while they're alive.
Yes, but Michael did not. He had enough. He would make $1 million per show when he would go on tour. That's why he was doing the This Is It tour. It would have got him out of debt. He didn't need to sell anything.
I thought he had a lot of money.
He did have a lot of money.
But you said he.
Cody's saying he didn't need to sell because he already had a lot of money. But these people all have a lot of money.
But debt is also, it's not, it doesn't mean you're poor. It just means you got a loan. Like if you have $60 million and you take out a loan for, $80 million, okay, you're $20 million in debt. You can make a couple investments and pay that off.
But why owe anyone anything? Why be indebted to anyone?
When you have that much money.
If you have that much money, why be? That's the freedom. You don't owe anybody anything.
That's how you make more money. If you invest it, you're gonna take some risks, right?
I think you're giving Michael Jackson way too much credit.
I'm not. I'm giving him the right amount of credit because they're just now buying his catalog.
But he was an artist. It's not like Michael Jackson was.
Died.
It's not like he was a financial genius. I mean, he had teams of people working on these things. So he was the guy. They're like, hey, get out there, dance your ass off.
But the fact that he
write the songs, sing them. We'll take care of this.
The fact that he got to that point, no other artist has ever gotten to that point. Artists are fighting, trying to get, a couple rights to their songs, and they can't even get that. He owned his masters and then some. He owned the whole damn label. They created a whole label because Michael wouldn't sell anything. Sony ATV. So I don't know. I will watch the biopic because I'm very interested in how they will cover him, but I don't know this whole catalog thing is going to go down the way they think it is. You got to have a controlling share to make sure these people.
Well, he owns a lot of people's music too. That's part of it, right?
Yeah.
He owns the Sly and the Family Stone catalog. He owns Jerry Lee Lewis music. He owns Curtis Mayfield Pusher Man. He owns Ray Charles music. Like, he owned a lot of music he didn't write. So that's probably all part of it.
And so when these labels go into debt, when these labels say we don't have any artists these artists are making money or they can't promote a tour the way they want to, they have to sell catalogs to make money. So the fact that Michael was like, nope, y'all could go into debt. I'm not going to debt because of y'all. I'll get money on the back end. I'll tour overseas. I'll have a residency, at
his estate,
the O2 Arena.
His estate still makes $75 million a year.
Oh, but he was broke.
Well, nobody said he was broke. But he was in a lot of debt.
But rich people know that debt does not mean you're broke.
Well, nobody was saying he was broke.
A lot of people were saying he was broke because they wanted to make.
Well, then they don't understand how that works. But what I'm saying is, why would you want to be in debt to anyone?
I just told you. If you take a tour, you go through a touring agency. They're like, Michael, you have to do this tour, and we'll give you $100 million advance.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if he was as powerful as you contend that he was, he wouldn't let anybody tell him what he was going to do. He would be dictating all the terms. Because they need him. He doesn't need them.
But you also rely on other people. He can't be an accountant and a manager and an agent and a lawyer. You need to rely on other people somewhat. And that was his demise. He relied on a doctor that...
I think the propofol was his demise.
He didn't do the propofol himself. The doctor did that.
It went into his body and eventually killed him. I need my milk. Give me my milk. I'm going to break. I want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Time to give stuff away.
All right, the boys in Creed have kissed and made up and are going back on the road. WMMS presents the Are You Ready Tour. Creed is your headliner with special guests Three Doors Down and Mammoth WVH. It's going to happen in November, Friday the 22nd at the Romo Fijo. You go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com. Tickets are on sale. They'll have all the info for you there while they last. But I'll have them for you all week. You want 2 for Creed? You can party like it's 1999 all over again. Caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you can't beat them, join them. And if you can't join them, send a strongly worded letter asking why your application was rejected. Another helpful tip from the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Little Creed offshoot here from Mark Tremonti, the band that bears his name. Wonder if there'll be any crossover material. Little Scott Stapp solo stuff in there. Maybe they'll come out and do an encore with that Marlins song, Fly Marlins Fly. Might not play in Cleveland, Ohio, but boy, I bet you when they do their Miami stop of that tour, he gets out there and does Fly Marlins Fly. If you're watching live today at AlanCoxShow.com, thanks. And thank you also to Derping Form Dorm for assisting in the video department today. It is thankless work, and that's why I like to thank whoever helps us. Cavaliers play tonight. They just got one over on the Raptors up in Toronto. What is that, 9 straight? They've been winning a lot.
9 straight, 18, or like 17 of their last 18 they won. They're killing it.
Good for them.
Love to see it.
Second in the East behind only the Boston Celtics. Tonight, they are here at home, play the Romo Fijo against the 76ers. Joel Embiid, not part of that team right now. They still have Barkley. They still have Dr. J.
It's not.
They still have a number of other guys on that team. I'm almost positive they have other players.
Yes, they do.
Besides Joel Embiid. He's out getting his ACL, MCL.
I think it's MCL.
Something worked on. Yep. And then Wednesday night, the Bulls will be in town for some Valentine's Day festivities. And the Cavs will remain at home to play the Magic on Thursday before they hit the road over the weekend. They'll be in Philly and back in D.C. to play those guys. So anyway, tonight, 7 o'clock, Sixers, Cavs. Here on the Buzzard, rough up hope for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. I wish people, by the way, would stop treating this eclipse like we live in the 1500s. And I don't know what people are thinking. Every day you read something about how crazy it's supposedly going to be on the 8th of April because of the solar eclipse. People are literally acting like it's the 16th century or something. And who knows, like it's Y2K all over again. I mean, the impossibly expensive hotel stays to begin with. You know, people talking about, like, renting out their lawn to people who want to park. Hey, you know, guys out there with the rolling tape measuring the square footage of their lawn. How many cars could I reasonably fit here in the back 40?
It's just putting so much pressure on Cleveland weather, too.
I had to tell somebody,
a lot of faith.
This only works if it's really clear out.
Mm-hmm.
First week of April in Ohio, how likely you think that's going to be? I mean, yeah, it's going to get dark, obviously, but it's not going to have that cool thing, you know? There's like, supposedly, I keep reading, they just keep throwing this number out. Northeast Ohio will have 1 million people coming into the area for the eclipse. I'm like, that can't possibly be true. A, how do you know that? You don't. 1 million people? Like, we're just part of the path. There are a lot of places along the path. I don't know if it's because we end at the lake. Maybe I don't know what it is. But it is Guardians opening day. They've pushed the game an hour because they're like, whatever's happening downtown, we'd like to be, whatever eclipse-associated potential chaos, we'd like to give ourselves a little bit of a buffer. I don't know what our day is going to look like at all. Usually we do a live broadcast from somewhere. I don't know what that day is going to. People keep asking me, hey, where are you going to be? When are you going to be? I have no idea. Guardians opening day, we're always on a different schedule. We don't know where we're going to be. I have no clue. I got a letter over the weekend. Alan, my wife is an assistant general manager at a local hotel chain. And the current deal that they have, in quotation marks, for the eclipse is $725 a day. Minimum 3-day stay.
Ooh.
That's their deal, right?
They gotta make their money while they're here, though.
You might as well.
It's never going to be that packed ever again. There's not going to be another RNC
And again, this
here.
is not the Ritz-Carlton. We were talking about that last week. This is like a mid-level hotel chain that his wife is the assistant GM. $7.25 a day, minimum. They don't give you any points for the chain, right? People are like, I'm a silver member. No points. You have to cancel 3 days in advance if you're going to cancel.
Wow.
And if you cancel late, they charge you for the full stay because obviously they don't want any empty rooms. So, yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean,
we've heard from like relatives of ours. They're like, hey, we're going to be in town. We're like, we're all off doing stuff, by the way. So we can't really accommodate anybody coming and crashing at our place. I'm going to be out all day. Gwen's going to be doing stuff. It's like, it's not. But again, they keep repeating this number as though they know it's going to bring 1 million people to the Cleveland area. Is it?
I don't doubt that it's going to bring
there's
a
a lot
ton
of
people, but I just don't know what they expect the results to be, considering you can't control the weather. I don't know.
But even if it's a perfectly crystal clear, pristine Ohio day, 10 minutes tops.
Hey, people are excited about it, man.
I mean, I guess.
And it's never
It
going to...
must be me. I must be missing something.
Well, I'm just saying, Cleveland looks...
dark at a different time of day. Also, it gets dark at 4 o'clock all of January. Just come to Ohio then.
But have you ever traveled for a complete solar eclipse?
No.
No.
Hell no. But there's people that are into it. There's, what do they call them?
Eclipsers?
Eclipsers? They're really into the eclipse community.
I guess so. When was the last 100% solar eclipse? Okay. The last total solar eclipse within the contiguous 48 United States was 1979. So to that degree, the infrequency of it, like I guess I get that. A total solar eclipse will cross North America on April the 8th, passing over Mexico, the United States, and Canada. So
I got it.
Yeah, I get like from that perspective, I guess I do understand what they're talking about.
From what I looked up, it was actually in 1983.
I mean,
well, that's the Bonnie Tyler version. Never mind.
That's what they said, turn around, bright eyes, and everybody did. Well, everybody's going to be beating that song to death too, right? February 26th, 1979. That was my youngest brother's 3rd birthday. There was a total solar eclipse. Now, at the time, if I recall correctly, we thought when my brother's birthday coincided with a solar eclipse,
demon baby,
we were concerned that was portending the coming of Satan. We took great pains to determine he was born in the bicentennial year, and we were taking great pains to determine, we were a Catholic family, if he was the second coming of the Antichrist. Or however many comings there have been. I don't know, it's a conceit in horror movies. It's like the second coming of Satan, or I don't know how many comings there have been. I mean, do we know it's the second? There could be a homeless guy in front who's Jesus and nobody would know because they tell him to get a job. and spit in his face. So and
not
you know
the
I'm
spit in
right.
the face.
And you know I'm right. So I don't know how many comings there have been. But the last 100% solar eclipse was 1979. So yeah, okay. From that perspective, I'm like, it's pretty cool. It's a big deal. But the way people are treating it, like we live in the Middle Ages or something, and, you know. A total solar eclipse is a rare event occurring somewhere on Earth every 18 months on average, but recurring at any given location on average every 400 years.
Oh.
So
it's a big deal.
This is a gift. Like, Cleveland's been looking for ways to capitalize off of stuff that happens. And
listen, there's no
this is
downside.
natural.
Right. There's no
This is a
downside to it. Mike in Parma says they're called clipsies.
Oh,
All right.
clipsies.
Yeah, clipsies. The entire clips will be over an hour. Yes.
It's not clips?
Moving over. I'm talking about when you just see the corona, when it's at its apogee or whatever the hell that term is.
I thought it was.
That's going to be a couple of minutes.
I thought they were called clips, and they beefed with people that were really into the moon when it turns red, and they'd always fight the Bloods and the Clips.
Oh, the Clips.
Yeah.
I thought it was people that were into the hip-hop duo. Remember the Clips?
No.
You don't remember No Malice? Oh, come on. Alan, it is a big deal. I have relatives from Germany coming just to see it. Well, wow, look at that. Man. So, yeah, okay.
I can't wait till people ask if they can stay with me, and I can tell them no.
Did you charge them? You're trying to make money, man. You can get some.
Yeah, you should have
cash out of
people
that.
stacked 4 high in your apartment.
4 high.
They go, hey, you want to sleep on top of each other? That's how we do it at Poundcake Central.
Well, yeah, but I was talking about, like, family, and they're not trying to pay nothing. So strangers who want to pay, sure, they can stay at my apartment. I don't know what it's going to look like because I'm on the 6th floor, and there's buildings taller than mine, so I don't know if we'll get a good view, but we can go outside.
I mean, we've had people ask if they can park in our driveway. Like, we have a wide driveway. I'm like, no.
You told them no?
No. I don't want to be, like, scheduling.
These are friends?
Well, yeah, strangers aren't asking me. Yeah.
Well, I didn't know if it was like your mom or
You're
like
not gonna let your friends park in your driveway?
Yeah, dick.
No. No.
Let them park in your driveway.
No.
Park in your driveway. It's like the 4th of July.
Hey, stop telling me what to do with my driveway.
You can share your driveway.
I just told you should be stacking people 4 high, and you're not going to do that.
I will do that, but I was telling family trying to get some freebies. Like, I told them no.
And you know what people aren't considering either? The people who come in? The people who come in for that, how goddamn long it's going to take them to get out. Just everybody at the same time going, okay, that's it. You know, people who aren't staying for the game, anything like that.
Well, I'm excited that it's bringing some money to Cleveland.
Cedar Point's doing a big thing, right? They've got an eclipse package. It's like $250 or something to get in and put some glasses on and look at the eclipse. No, I don't begrudge anybody
When is Cedar Point
who's
opening
making
day?
some coin for it. What's that?
When is Cedar Point opening day?
It probably is not April 8th. They're probably just letting people in to see it, you know, right on the lake, and I'm sure it's cool.
You ain't about to rip me off and not let me ride some rides.
Nobody's forcing you to maybe they're open. I don't know. Maybe they'll open that day. I don't know. But I have a feeling it's just, you know, nobody's forcing you to go in there.
It doesn't officially open until May 4th, it says.
Well, there you go. But April the 8th for the eclipse, I guarantee they're having a thing.
Y'all better let me ride.
Having an event. Y'all better let me.
Y'all gonna let me ride around?
You know they have to staff the rides, right?
I mean, that's not my issue. You charging me $250.
Well, I don't know that it's that much. I'm just saying that they are charging people to get in there, and
if they don't let me on, I'm gonna get on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna crawl underneath the little fence that says "Do not cross." You know, danger. I'm gonna be.
Oh, you lose your head.
If it's not running, this ain't no problem. I'm gonna press the.
They're gonna run it just to hit you.
I'm gonna press the big red button that starts it, and I'm gonna start talking. How was your ride?
What?
How was your ride? It was great.
But why? Why
like that?
Because I want the experience. I want it to be ever. Hey guys, welcome to Cedar Point, America's roller coaster.
Please keep your arms and legs inside the. Yeah. I don't think it's America's roller coaster anymore. That used to be.
I think it's still
America's roller coaster. Alan, the numbers are based off the amount of people who traveled to Washington State for the last major eclipse and another large one in Kentucky. Northeast Ohio has the best view of America. There. Yeah, okay. Again, all of the estimates could be absolutely correct. I don't know. It just always sounds so overblown, but there's no way to know. Reminds me of that song, Clips, Clips, Moon.
Clips, Clips, Moon! Clips, Clips, Moon!
Oh, yeah, that's a good
dumb
one.
I like it.
Oh, well done. Oh, it's sad when your relatives come from Germany to see the eclipse, but not to see them. Yeah, it's like my mom and dad coming back from Pittsburgh with a Chihuahua.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, can we stop by?
Du hast eclipse.
How was Poundcake coined Helpful Brown? Yeah, every time we have one of these conversations where he is the antithesis of helpful, people want to know how you got the moniker Helpful Brown.
I think it's ironic, right?
It's very ironic.
No, I thought you tagged yourself that for a legitimate reason. Oh, I see.
Cody means helpful.
That's what it is. I knew it was rooted in something real.
My mom, when we were little, my brother and I both knew what our birthstones were and what our name meant. We had like a little picture frame, and it was like all, nicely displayed on the mantle.
Yep.
It had Cody. And if you look up Cody, it's helpful man or helpful. And then my birthstone is blue. I don't know what the actual
Sapphire?
I think it's sapphire. I didn't want to be wrong. I thought sapphire was like somewhat purple, but it's blue. So sapphire. And then she had my shoes bronzed, my baby shoes bronzed. So yeah, so it's helpful brown because my last name's Brown. So it's very ironic. And she labeled me, the sidekick
and what's your first
my entire
name?
life. Excuse me?
What's your first name?
Cody.
And then what's your middle name?
Alan.
Okay.
What?
I don't know. Just making sure everybody knows. And my last name?
My government?
Yeah.
Everyone
What's
already
your
knows.
social security?
My government.
281-330-8004. Hit helpful up on the low. This helpful was about to blow.
Yeah.
Before this bronze was in my grill. Before I got my major deal. What does Alan mean? What does your name mean, Alan? I'm spelled Allan, and you're ALAN.
I don't know.
Name.
What does it mean? I mean, people who read like name books, 4 different books will tell you
Handsome, cheerful.
Handsome and cheerful?
Yep. Handsome and cheerful. Handsome, cheerful.
There you
Little
go.
Rock. Alan is
50% ain't bad.
Baby boy named of mixed origins, meaning handsome and cheerful in Irish.
Yeah, I just know it's a Gaelic Irish name. That's
Yep.
all I know.
Baby name commonly associated with Celtic name.
Celtic, yeah, that too.
Alan, A-L-U-N.
Alun. There you go. Alan, whatever the 9 is charging that day, they're completely sold out. I don't know what they charged people, but most of these hotels are sold out.
And they've been sold out for a while.
Yeah, Ritz-Carlton went from $4.25 to $9.99 for that day. Their solar eclipse package. So, I've got to take a break here. It is $1,000 straight ahead of you. It's the last week for these keywords to grab the money from the Buzzard bookie, but we have a lot of them this week. So the next one's coming up at 4:30. If you want to go see a Cleveland Charge game, and why wouldn't you? I will have a couple of tickets for you for one of their upcoming games on the way back, too. Cleveland Charge are going to be playing the Capital City Go-Go. That's the G League team for the Washington Wizards. If you're not coming to join us for the Polar Blast battle on the 23rd, you can go see the Charge at the Wallstein Center. We'll do that coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeart
their story. These are the tales that shape the nation. Listen to The Passage on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
His name is Alan, and he's giving stuff away.
All right, G League ball. You never been to a Charge game? Oh, it's a scene, man. Charge, of course, your minor league affiliate for the Cavs. They're playing the Capital City Go-Go, part of the Washington Wizards organization. Both teams at the Wolstein Center. It's going to be Dollar Dog Friday. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. It is Friday, February the 23rd at the Wolstein Center. You can always go to clevelandcharge.com. See what they got going on. This pair for you. Charge versus the Go-Go on the 23rd. Good luck. Caller 10. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
That's all I'm giving you. That's a little taste there.
Of what band?
Pearl Jam. Oh, he's getting a winner.
Ah, that's right.
Pearl Jam is doing their premiere with iHeart tomorrow. So here on MMS, you're going to hear the brand new Pearl Jam song. It's called Dark Matter. And just judging from that little taste there, it sounds like maybe they're going in not a different direction, but maybe a Pearl Jam sound that we're not completely used to. I don't know. It's always interesting when those guys drop stuff. When was the last Pearl Jam album? I feel like it's been a few years now. But Dark Matter is going to be the first track from it. Those guys, of course, are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as of a few years ago. Let me look at their discography very quickly. Their last album was 2020. They put Gigaton out.
Oh, that's right.
In March of 2020, so it'll be almost 4 years. Yeah. Dark Matter is the title song to the new album. And then they will go on tour, I assume, in support of that. We were talking earlier about how it was kind of strange, at least with history as a guide for when they dropped the Rock Hall nominees. I don't ever recall them. I wasn't even looking for it. I think Mary sent them to us in the group chat. Said they just dropped the Rock Hall nominations, 15 of them. A positively schizophrenic list, even by usual Rock Hall nominee standards, I guess. Maybe that's just my perspective on it. I don't know. Maybe some people look at it and go, this is no different than any other year when they really kind of throw a bunch of things against the wall and see what sticks. But Ozzy Osbourne, one of the more egregious absences in that he's not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as a solo artist. And obviously he's been a solo artist way longer than he was in Black Sabbath. So he's in there with Sabbath. But he's nominated as a solo artist. And I guess Kanye wanted to sample Iron Man. And Sharon Osbourne was like, we get requests all the time to sample Iron Man. It's a Black Sabbath song. It's not an Ozzy song, but I don't know if he's in charge of that or if Sharon's the point person. I don't know how the Sabbath stuff works. And so Kanye wanted to use a sample, I think maybe of Ozzy. That's why he had to ask him. And they said, no way. They said, I think Ozzy even tweeted about it. He's like, he's an anti-Semite. I want no association with this man. But I guess Kanye used it anyway. And so I'm never sure, back in the day, there was no litigation over sampling at all because it just wasn't done. And then somewhere along the line, artists were like, well, why am I not getting paid? You're using my stuff. As hip hop and rap will be sampling people left and right. And then that all changed. But if you ask somebody for permission and they say no, and you do it anyway, it's like when artists were constantly asking political candidates to not use their music. Hey, stop using my music at your rallies or whatever they are. And if Kanye uses the sample anyway, what do you do after that? Sharon said Kanye effed with the wrong Jew this time. I guess Sharon's Jewish. And he also used a Donna Summer sample. And the Donna Summer estate is upset. So if you're asking everybody, just as kind of a cursory glance at getting their permission, and then they go, no, thank you, and you do it anyway, then what do you do? I mean, do you go to court? Do you sue Kanye? If you're Ozzy. Or, and follow me here, Ozzy most assuredly will get into this class of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Do you invite Kanye as an olive branch and then perform with him? You know, it's going to be back here in Cleveland this year. What a time. Imagine that.
Yeah, I don't think that would be.
You don't think so?
I wouldn't be. I mean, I would love to see Ozzy again. I would love to go. I don't care about Kanye. I don't want to see him perform.
Now, if we run into Ozzy.
I've never cared about his music.
I kind of want to go see.
Why like that? Why like that? Why like
It's
that?
a radio show, man. Why that?
Why like that? You know, by the way, Poundcake, you were the one earlier. You were like, I want to see a Carrie Underwood halftime show.
Yeah.
You know, she's doing the Football Hall of Fame show this year.
No, I didn't know that.
We talked about it.
How long ago?
Oh, a while ago.
Yeah, okay,
when they announced it.
Okay, well,
you should go to that.
This is in Canton?
Yeah, the Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. She's doing, you know, every year they have a big
the
concert for legends.
Concert for legends,
Like when Skinner has done it, we gave away tickets. It's August 4th, Carrie Underwood.
Okay, well, yeah. If I
You should go down there.
If I could get tickets from the station, or if I can swing it financially, because she's one of the artists that I would pay to see, because I feel like I would get my money's worth, then I'll go. But
8-time Grammy Award winner. Now, she got started on American Idol?
Yep.
Am I remember that correctly?
She won.
Okay. She won American Idol.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you go. And she's been dipping her toe into the rock thing, too, for a while.
I haven't heard anything.
Like when she tours, I play clips of it. When she tours, she does like AC/DC and, you know.
That's recently.
That's what I'm saying. She's been kind of dipping her toe in. She got the chops. She's foxy.
Yeah, she's super hot.
Man, she got legs like a soccer player. 9 days, 7 hours, 32 minutes, and 17 seconds, Poundcake. Until some event over there. But you can buy those tickets for Carrie Underwood. I don't know how much they are, but I'm sure they're probably well within your... See, right there. Section 226, way up there. $137 a pop. You want them closer to the...
You gotta let some people stay with you for a while.
All right, you want them closer to the stage. You can get a couple of resale tickets for $463 a pop. Can you swing that?
No.
Row 14 on the floor, $199 a pop.
I could probably get with an old guy that would, you know.
There you go. Calling all old guys.
Old guys with money.
Want to take, well, yeah, I didn't assume
they
you
have
meant old, poor guys.
Is there a website for that, like Seeking Gay Arrangement?
Yeah, sugardaddy.com. Yeah.
Sugardaddy.com. All right. But what if they're doing like a Whole30 or something? Is there like a steviafather.com or anything like that?
I don't care about that. No.
Sugardaddy.com. All right, well.
They ain't even got to be cute. They just got to have a check.
They don't even have to be cute.
No, because they're old. Like,
There are old, cute people, aren't there? That's what they say about old guys. Oh, he's so cute.
Yes, but I feel like the old
That's
ones...
the most frequently used adjective for old people.
The old ones that are good looking and still have like somewhat of a libido, they're snatched up. They're either married or they already have one. I'm going to get the leftovers, the ones that haven't been snatched up yet or their spouse died.
Oh, ye of little faith.
I'm getting someone who probably smells like mothballs and is depressed because they're...
Oh, you mean somebody who's like switching teams later in life?
Might
or,
be. Like,
yeah.
I lived with Bernice my entire life, and I kept the secret inside of me, and now I'm going to live my truth. Right. Absolutely right. It happens.
You know, in the 50s, we couldn't come out, and we were too scared.
They were chasing us down, I remember.
It was a whole thing back then, and...
Roy Cohn.
Roy Cohn. He was a communist and a gay man. Of course, back then, I guess they were one and the same. Poundcake, I lived with Gladys and I were madly in love for 55 years.
And he'll probably
I couldn't bring myself to tell her or our 8 children how it disgusted me every time I would enter her. I could not let her know I had taken vows in front of God and family, and I love my children. There's no way that I could tell them how disgusted I was by the moment of conception.
Say disgusting.
I couldn't tell my children that they were born out of deceit. That even though I love them, I could never let them know how god-awful that physical congress with their mother and I was. How each time I would fertilize their mother, I would repair to the bathroom to vomit profusely into the toilet. Our water bills were so high back then because I was constantly running the water so that she wouldn't hear me. Retching, ever more violently, at the thought of mounting her naked body. And yet one child was not enough for Gladys. She wanted a brood, as was the style of the day. And I had no heart to tell her my love. Every time I strip naked and climb upon you in an act of sexual congress.
Grandpa, we asked you to stop telling these stories.
So much detail.
I'm revolted to my very core. I could not tell my children or grandchildren that they were not born out of love. They were not born out of lust. They were born out of a violent distaste for anything female and naked. Anyway, like that, you know? I mean, kind of like that.
That, and they'll probably have some white guilt. So they'll have that.
White guilt? Where does that come in?
You're such a good-looking, nice colored boy. Yeah.
Colored boy?
God.
Jesus.
Hey,
they are living in 2024. I mean...
yeah, but they were born in
yeah, but even those...
1924.
I mean, even my grandmother...
Are you going to date a 100-year-old?
Yeah, when my grandmother was still alive, she wasn't
checks.
saying colored anymore.
Well...
And she was born in 1913. I think even those older people got hip to the fact that wasn't the preferred nomenclature anymore.
I remember when the schools got integrated and there was a nice colored girl down the hall that used to get bullied.
I would throw rocks at those goddamn buses every time they drove by. I got money for you. It's $1,000. Your opportunities to win are waning, but we've got a lot of these keywords this week, so I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
You can leave us messages if you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app. From wherever you are, let me know where you are, and you can hit us up that way.
Alan, this is Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida. Listening back to the podcast from Friday. You guys are discussing a German couple who was flying from Bangkok to Germany. Guy ends up dying, puking blood, the whole 9 yards. And you said that flying is not for somebody who's in a hurry. Do you know a faster mode of transportation if you're in a hurry? Just asking for future reference. Hate the show. Bye.
Son of a bitch. No, I meant for people who think that, like, the whole process is supposed to be really, really fast. It never is.
Yeah, the plane doesn't leave on your schedule.
Yeah, it always is
like,
somebody
I'm sitting down. I don't know why we can't take off now.
Yeah. Yep. Come on, let's make with the announcement. I got places to be.
Let's go.
Yep. No, obviously it is the fastest mode of physical transportation. Unless you're talking about that Hyperloop, son. Cleveland to Chicago in 25 minutes. Let's get it done.
Can they hurry up with that thing?
They're never gonna make that thing.
My God, it would be so cool.
They're gonna spend. They're trying to come up with money to spend for a new stadium here.
Facebook.
They're not coming up with the goddamn Hyperloop.
Then I could actually give Facebook dating props because they would be ahead of the game. I'm like, that's why you were showing me people 200 miles, 300 miles away, because you're waiting. Once this Hyperloop is done, then it's just. We're dating in another city. It's not even long distance.
Yeah.
20 minutes.
That's right.
And no potholes.
I ain't going to go to Cleveland. It's going to go to Columbus.
No, it's got to go to Chicago.
Well, no, it's going to go Chicago to Columbus is what I'm saying.
Who wants to go to...
Columbus is the fastest growing city in America.
Columbus is the one that's blowing up,
but Cleveland people aren't necessarily working in Columbus. I don't imagine.
That's what I'm saying. That's not... Cleveland's not going to get anything like that. Cleveland's going to get a Hyperloop to Toledo, and it's just going to be a bird scooter going down a sewer.
We're in our
and they're going to sell it to us like it's this major advancement in technology, but it's going to be. It's basically going to be the bronze medal of the.
Yeah.
You can get to Toledo now in 10 minutes. You're like, great, cool.
Hyperloop to Youngstown. It's like this is just a test market.
Yeah.
We just got to try this out. Well,
yeah.
Why on earth are we going to Youngstown?
Pittsburgh to Youngstown in 10 minutes. Cool.
But why? I mean, thank you, but why?
Youngstowners, yes, they would love to go to Pittsburgh, but Pittsburgh.
Well, I don't. Everybody. Every time I meet somebody from Youngstown, they're always so apologetic. But I've never been there, and so
one of our sales guys lives in Youngstown. I keep saying, I was like, I gotta go out in Youngstown. That's like one of the few like Ohio cities that I haven't like had a night out on the town. Like I've done weddings out there, but I've never like gone to a strip of bars.
You haven't tasted the city.
The gay club, yeah.
You haven't eaten at the Y, as they say.
And he's like, there's nothing. He's like, there's
one
no
of our
strip
guys
bars.
out here lives in Youngstown.
Yeah.
Wow.
Or he's from Youngstown.
Oh, from Youngstown. Okay, but that's a good 90 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been, and all
It's not 90 minutes.
No,
I don't know.
It's like an hour.
Hour and 10 minutes.
I shall
maybe.
repeat. I've never been there. I don't know how long it is, but
I'll be out there in a couple weeks.
I know when I used to have to drive, when I lived in Pittsburgh, and I was always driving to Michigan to see my older kids, you're going through Youngstown exits, but no, I've never been there. But anybody who, they always go, yeah, I'm from Youngstown. And again, I understand why they left, but I go, my response is always, I thought they were revitalizing the city. And
They always say that.
Yeah, but I thought they were like legit doing stuff.
I mean, they've done a lot in the 20 years that I've been doing comedy. I've been to Youngstown a lot of times. So
But you got to have a population.
there's a lot that's been done, but it's still a long way to go. Kind of
you've
similar
got
to like Akron and stuff.
Right.
You got
to have a tax base from the.
Nothing on earth like a genuine, bona fide, electrified six-car monorail. What I say?
Monorail.
What's it called?
Monorail.
That's right, monorail.
I hear those things are awfully loud.
It glides as softly as a cloud.
Is there a chance the track could bend?
Not on your life, my Hindu friend.
What about us brain-dead slobs?
You'll be given cushy jobs.
Were you sent here by the devil?
No, good sir, I'm on the level.
The ring came off my pudding can.
Take my penknife, my good man. I swear it's Springfield's only choice. Throw up your hands and raise your voice.
Monorail.
What's it called?
Monorail.
Once again.
But Main Street's still all cracked and broken. Sorry, Mom. The mob has spoken.
Mono. Don't.
You'll be given
classic.
cushy jobs. Classic Conan O'Brien there, riding the monorail.
Were you sent here by the devil?
No, good sir, I'm on the level. The top came off my pudding can.
Take my penknife, my good man.
Ah, boy.
I love it.
Yep. Alan, Youngstown is full of MAGA and poors. Oh, I mean, come on, man. Those people are everywhere. I mean, you can't, still might be a fine town. I don't know. I've never gone. If it's good enough for the Vindies, it's good enough for me. That's all I know. I got to get out there. You and I are going to go, Poundcake. You and I are going to make a pilgrimage not to put too fine a point on it, to Youngstown.
Let's do a bar crawl out there.
Yup.
Okay.
We'll crawl from here to Youngstown. And then whoever makes it with us, whoever makes it with us will enjoy the fruits of our collective labor, as it were. I'm going to break. If you want to send me a text, 35192 is how you do it. You can watch live if you prefer pictures at alancoxshow.com. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
There are many harsh lessons to be learned from the gambling experience. And when you play with the Buzzard Bookie, you won't learn any of them. There's 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can be a complete degenerate and listen all day, get an earful of MMS, and maybe a pocket full of cash. You can't lose with
Jay Shetty, The Retrievals, Scamanda, Smartless, and Wiser Than Me. Vote now at iHeartPodcastAwards.com.
The Hartford Small Business Insurance is the presenting partner of the 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards live at South by Southwest. To learn more or start a quote, visit thehartford.com/smallbusiness. With insurance designed for your small business, the Bucks got your back.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I'm sure it'll work for people on vacation when they don't have to do something, but I can't imagine it working on a day-to-day basis.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, a little holdover from our metal show on Saturday night. Do you love metal? Boy, I do. We do a show called 2 Hours to Midnight. It starts at 10 o'clock, as the name implies. Although the Cavs game went past 10 o'clock this past Saturday night, so we were on immediately after. But still 2 hours of metal, still nothing to sneeze at. If you missed the show, I always post our playlists. There is a listener, by the way, who takes those playlists and recreates them on Spotify.
Oh, that's nice.
But I post our playlists at the 2 Hours to Midnight Facebook page. We also have a dedicated page at WMMS.com. It's me, it's Corey Roddick, it's Pat Butler. We're kind of your metal triumvirate around here. And we'll be back this Saturday night at 10 o'clock. I don't think there's a Cavs game at all on Saturday. So be 10 o'clock on the nose. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. I have tickets for you all this week, by the way. We're presenting that Lamb of God Mastodon show in August at Jacobs Pavilion. So those tickets all week around $250. Although we're out tomorrow on Friday, so we'll have to double up a couple of days, but we'll get it all squared away. If you're trying to get to the Cleveland Auto Show, I got tickets for you in about a half an hour. Oh. That is the 23rd through March 3rd at the IX Center. And always in bold letters, by the way, for the Cleveland Auto Show, free parking. That's no small thing.
We love free parking.
Free parking. Check it and see. You park at the IX Center and don't pay a fee. So about a half an hour. I'll have those. And then 5:30 is the last chance for you to grab a grand today from the Buzzard Bookie. Cavaliers play tonight here at home, by the way. If you're not watching or paying attention to your Cleveland Cavaliers, boy, you are missing a success story. You know, it was only a couple of weeks ago. They've been doing well for a while. But it was only a couple of weeks ago that they were 5th in the East. And one by one, they've been leapfrogging these other teams. The Knicks are uncharacteristically good this season. They get ahead of them.
I mean, they're building on what they did last year.
But they stunk for a long time.
For a long time. But yeah over the past 4 years, they've started to put it together.
For a while, it seemed that the Milwaukee Bucks in the standings, immovable. Nope. Cavs got ahead of them, too. Mm-hmm. So, Cavs number 2 in the East and playing tonight against the somebody.
The 76ers. the 76ers.
Yeah. Philadelphia 76ers against your Cleveland Cavaliers tonight at 7 o'clock. This show ends, mercifully for you, at 6:30. And that's when the pregame will begin. And then 30 minutes later. Does it? 7 o'clock tonight on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. I'll miss my Bulls again on Wednesday night. I just can't manage to get to a game when the Bulls are in town. There's always something going on.
What are you doing on Wednesday night?
Well, it's Valentine's Day, and we don't
that
really...
wouldn't be a great way to spend Valentine's Day with Gwen?
My wife does not want to go to a basketball game. First of all, full disclosure, we don't really do Valentine's Day. Neither one of us really care about it. Mm-hmm. However, it definitely doesn't seem like a night we're going to go to a basketball game.
You don't go out, or you don't even get gifts? You don't get her some flowers or something?
Oh, I get her flowers on the regular, so that's not like a Valentine's Day thing.
That's a sweet thing to do.
I just like flowers in the house, and it's nice having flowers in the house. I just use her as the reason to get them.
Yeah.
But you don't need a reason to get flowers. But no, I'm not going to take my wife, even if we're not celebrating Valentine's Day per se. I'm not going to take her to a basketball game. Probably just hang out with our kid. Okay. So anyway, that's tonight. I've got some kids' corner here for you.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner.
I don't know, man. I have to give this person at least a nod of acknowledgement. Parents in Montreal are very upset since they have found out that one of their teachers at the elementary school has been taking their children's artwork and selling it on eBay.
Oh, wow. That's a wild thing to do.
Taking the kids' artwork, because these days you can take your own. You can take any kid's artwork. Traditionally it's your own, and they'll send you to a website. They go, hey, you can get this piece of crap put on a mug or on a keychain or on a magnet, and give it to the grandparents, whatever. 12-year-old students who attend Westwood Junior High School in suburban Montreal. There's a teacher there who's been taking the kids' artwork and putting it online and selling it.
It started with a simple Google search. Students at a Westwood Junior High art class wanted to see their art teacher's work. They found his website and what appears to be their own artwork for sale without their knowledge or permission. Parent Michael Bennett, who did not want to go on camera, discovered artwork by his two daughters on several websites run by art teacher Mario Perrone.
I'm extremely disgusted with this person. It's unbelievable.
This dude wouldn't even go on camera to defend his daughters. He didn't want to go on camera. Is he fearing retribution from the middle school art teacher? Is that what's going on?
What kind of art? Is it good art?
Well, take a look at it.
All right.
It's elementary school art. I mean,
people are buying this? Who's buying this?
I don't know that people are buying it, but they're listed for $150 a pop. Olivia's creepy portrait number 1, Olivia's creepy portrait number 2, and then there's other. So
hey, if he's buying the supplies, I think he's allowed to sell it.
Once word started to get out, people started putting their kid's name into this website where the artwork is sold.
On one site, his 12-year-old daughter's drawing is listed for $151. Bennett says it raises serious questions about ethics and the school's screening of the teacher.
Ethics.
It's the teacher asking for certain type of projects to be done to be able to, sell them.
The drawings aren't the only things for sale. There's mugs and phone cases. This mug bears
Logan's creepy portrait number 1. I think it's hilarious that he would tell the kids, okay, here's what I want you to draw for the sole purpose of putting them online.
This is the original AI art. You have kids do your art for you, and you sell it.
Yeah, the hands already look weird anyway. What, Cody?
Nothing. It's not bad art.
Oh.
It's
well, it's kid art, right? I mean, it's pretty freaky.
Make you
But
money,
probably,
make you.
Yeah, that's part of the appeal, I think.
the mug of Joel de Belfoy's son. He says the teacher and the school let the students down.
This is something that they did, that they put their heart and their soul in the artwork, and they get an A, a B, a C, or a D on it, but he's getting $118 in his pocket.
Pay him more.
According
But has
to
anyone
intellectual
bought
property
it?
lawyer Philippe Briette, copyright laws are clear.
When you're the owner,
Philippe Briette, intellectual property lawyer Philippe Briette. This is Montreal afterwards.
it's a negative.
$18 in his pocket.
According to intellectual property lawyer Philippe Briette, copyright laws are clear.
When you're the owner, it's a negative, right? So basically, anyone else cannot do anything or copy your work unless you give them the right to do so, such as that's what we call in a license. So you would give a license to use your work or to copy it.
He says parents could take legal action.
I would send a demand letter as soon as possible to the teacher, requiring him to stop selling anything.
Perron did not respond to CTV's multiple requests for comment. A spokesperson for the Lester B. Pearson School Board said they are aware of the allegations and they take them very seriously.
Yes, we are aware that one of our teachers is selling the kids. Our principal's like,
That's such a funny thing.
I think it's hilarious.
I was gonna say it could be way worse. That's when this story I was like, oh no, another like pederast.
No, again,
selling mugs.
If that were my kid, I'll answer the question before everybody asks it. Obviously, if that were my kid, I'd be pissed. I just think that theoretically it's funny.
Listen, I would be pissed, but I'd still be like, what the hell? Like, I'd laugh about it.
I'd say, good on you, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't have occurred to me to do that.
Cut us in.
Yeah. I can't believe that. Because the question is it selling?
Right. That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah. Because what else are you going to do? You're going to take it, and every parent goes through this. You take something, maybe you put it on the fridge, maybe you don't, depending on how old the kid is, and you hang on to it for a while. But then you quietly either throw it away. You can't keep
store some
everything.
of it. Yeah.
I have a giant tub in my basement, one of those like 85-gallon, whatever, 64, whatever it is, like a gasket plastic tub that has everything that my older kids ever did in it, right? Because their mom and I got divorced when they were real young. My son was 4. My daughter was not even 1 yet. And so growing up and me going to see them all the time, like I kept everything they did in that tub. But I guarantee they wouldn't remember 90% of it. So someday it'll be fun to go through that with them. But parents are always like, what, do I have to keep everything that comes down the pipe here, you know? Because back in the day, they weren't making, whoever came up with, let's put this on a mug. Let's put this on a magnet and give it to the grandparents. I mean, that's pretty sharp. That was just the natural progression of monetizing children, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Also in Kids Corner, you sent me this. This is a guy freaking out about the school board?
Yeah, this is from back in November, and this guy, it sounds like somewhere in Maine or Massachusetts. He's kind of got
a Boston accent.
And he just goes.
Are there any expletives in this?
I don't dropped some R bombs, but not like
right.
Yeah, but he just he goes in there's like, all right, all you fat ugly ladies, no wonder our kids are all. It's just wild.
This is when citizens can go speak at the school board meeting.
And they're discussing a specific book. I don't even know what book it is. And it's just, but he just comes in, guns blazing.
Like that. I represent all citizens.
Good evening, cowards. Rick Heb-
Good evening, cowards.
Like that, we need to have that drop. Good evening, cowards.
Number 97.
It doesn't work like that. I represent all citizens.
Good evening, cowards. Rick Hubbard, 97 Spruce Lane. Nice to see a bunch of fat, ugly women.
I like this circle, the girl in the back who's smiling. She's like, this is already getting good.
Yeah, she's like, okay.
Guy shows up in like a green matching fisherman's sweater and hat.
Excuse you.
What?
Can we stay on the agenda?
No. I'm speaking. They're fat, ugly women is what they are.
We're not having that.
Let's talk about it.
We're not having that.
You don't have to buy.
That ain't free speech.
It's called free speech. Buy.
That's not free speech. That's insulting.
Buy. That's good. Shut up.
Sometimes free speech is insulting.
Yeah, that's still free speech, bud.
Let's see where he goes. He's off to a good start.
Yeah.
Let's see where he goes.
What outfit is he wearing?
So I said he's wearing like a matching hat and sweater combo.
So
I don't
I'm
know.
watching it on delay.
It's like the Gorton's fisherman, but in green.
Okay, everybody, stop. Let Mr. Hubbard speak, please. Enough. Go ahead, Rick.
And we wonder why children are retarded stupid today. We wonder why. We wonder why when we have these pathetic people here called teachers rape the children's mind. And if you people are too stupid to know what rape is, it's called control, you morons.
Boy, old people with way too much time on their hands.
It's just insane.
Way
man.
too much time on their hands. They were retired. They had nothing going on. And then COVID hit and twisted their minds into pretzels. And it's not just confined to old people. Obviously, the old people, the retirees, are the ones with a lot of time on their hands. to have Facebook turn their brains into a froth. But they got all kinds of time to go to the school board meetings, and we wonder why they're retarded. Jesus, this guy. It's like an SNL sketch.
Right.
From 15 years ago.
Are you speaking directly to the book?
Yes,
because
I am.
It
reflects off that wall there and comes back into your ears. Imagine
Focus
that.
on the book, please, because that's what Citizens Forum is
I'm
about.
talking about the book.
Okay.
I'm talking about the stupidity of the people who want the book in the high school. That's what I'm talking about. The retards that we have in our community.
This guy's not even, like, the people who complain about books in elementary school,
yeah,
I get where they're possibly coming from. By the time you get to high school, what do you think you're keeping from these kids?
Right.
They've heard everything and worse. What do you think you're protecting high schoolers from? Like, they would laugh at the mere notion that there's going to be something in a book
and also,
that's going to burn their hair off.
And you're worried about what's in the book, and you're treating people and talking to people like this.
That irony is completely lost on people like this.
Yeah.
That we need to allow this kind of abusive speech. I'm not aware of what the process is, but
go ahead
I
and
think we have
violate
a right
my
to
constitutional
stop
rights.
this
I
kind of
dare
abuse.
you.
Well,
That's not very
Yes,
say
violate
something.
my constitutional rights. Go ahead.
Mr. Hubbard, would you please say something specific about the book so that we can let you...
The music is god-awful. Who put the music
I don't know.
on?
That's just, it was sent to me from a TikTok, so I don't...
It's like Richard Clayderman from the 80s or something.
Continue speaking rather than making these generalities.
Can I get there?
Fast. Really fast.
No, there's no fast. You
I'm
don't
saying
tell me how to
fast.
speak.
Excuse me?
You don't tell me how to speak.
Well, yeah,
Be
I am
quiet.
telling
Give me
you.
my
I'm
5
telling
minutes.
you how to speak in this situation. Yeah.
Shut up and give me my
Point
5
of order.
minutes.
I'd like to propose a recess.
Sit down, please.
I'd like to propose
My
a
5
recess.
No, don't interrupt me. This is my constitutional
Dr. Meaver,
right to
point of
speak,
order.
and
I'd like to
ugly
propose a
people don't
recess.
like
This
it.
is unacceptable.
Imagine
I
that.
propose a recess.
Oh, cowards.
Like, I don't understand the point. If you've got something to say and you're wasting your 5 minutes or whatever, what is the point of being argumentative with everyone?
Right. Like, if you can't even get your point across because you're so worked up and you're so just going in there and insulting people.
Well, and I realize that people like this, the reason they're that way is because no one ever listens to them. They're
Right.
mad because they're constantly dismissed. They don't realize it's for good reason, but no one ever listens to them. So they're like, oh, here's an open school board hearing that I can go to, get 5 minutes, and force people to listen to whatever nonsense I've got in my brain, rather than going, well, here's what I think. I mean, again, expecting people like that to apply logic to the situation, you know, they're just pissed and are looking to unload on somebody. But you think you go, oh, okay, I've got a point here, and here's what I think, rather than, you know, teaches a rape in our children's minds. Yeah. I'd love to know where this is, though. It's clearly, like you said, in Massachusetts or somewhere, Maine.
Okay. Do I have a motion to recess?
I move to recess.
Bye,
All
girls.
in favor of recessing? Yeah, maybe sit down and take a breath.
No, I have the
Okay,
right
then
to
you can
speak to
continue
You
speaking,
people
but
are
we're
stupid.
recessing.
Oh, God, these school board people.
And everyone's looking for
That
a
have to
viral
sit there.
moment,
What's
like,
that?
Everyone knows.
I don't think he was doing this for a
No,
viral
he's not
moment.
looking for that.
He is.
No, he's
not.
This old guy doesn't know what that is. The viral moments are the dudes that walk up and are completely faking for TikTok.
Or
They're
like
like,
in costume. or
hey,
something.
my name's Kurt, and I'm a surfer, and how come you guys don't pay attention to the surfers? You know.
We'd like to get a national surf holiday.
A bunch of fat, ugly broads. They said, hey, that's not very
But again, none
nice.
of that has anything to do with anything.
Right.
You
He's
open
just
with that.
being mean.
And then the wide shot of the school board.
He was
they're
telling the
not fat.
truth. Oh.
I was going to say, the women they show aren't fat.
No, I know. I'm just teasing.
Get her, Jade. Rip them apart immediately.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. And it's not like the only time something like that ever happens either, is because those school board meetings have become the new frontier for all the nut jobs to come out and start
right.
screaming about books in schools and, yeah, that's pretty wild. I got to take a break. Want to send me a text?
You coward.
Yeah, hey, you coward.
Take a break, you coward.
Take a break. I'm calling for a recess. You won't cut into my constitutional rights. I got Cleveland Auto Show tickets for you on the other side of the break, and then 5:30 is going to be the last chance today for you to grab $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
portraits of America's most illustrious historic figures and delivers them to the hereafter.
This road is not on any map. How much for a ticket?
The price for their passage? Their story. These are the tales that shape the nation. Listen to The Passage on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Give stuff away, way. Give stuff away. Wow.
All right, the 2024 Cleveland Auto Show is starting up again, the 23rd of this month through March the 3rd. That's going to be that Friday through the following Sunday. At the IX Center, parking is always free. Don't forget about that. Tickets, info, everything else at clevelandautoshow.com. It's always a lot of fun, always unveiling new and exciting things out there. So a couple of tickets here for you. Caller 10. Easy enough, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Press the yellow button to begin enjoying your Alan.
What is an Alan?
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I will have the last $1,000 for you of the day, not of the week, but at 5:30, about 10 minutes from now. $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie for you. And then the very last one, I think, for this go-round is going to be Friday at 5:30. We'll be out on Friday, but we'll still have all of those keywords for you. So don't sweat that. Get the full last week. And we'll wrap it up on Friday. Cavaliers in town tonight, playing the Philly 76ers. It's a 7 o'clock tip here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to us throughout North America on the app, I like to know where you are. Thank you for checking in. And I always appreciate when people will update me as they move around. Certainly not obligated to do that, but I do like to keep the map as timely as possible. Lindsay is in Charleston, South Carolina. Colleen listens in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Mike is in Fargo, North Dakota. Paul and Summer listen in Mundelein, Illinois. It is suburban Chicago. And thank you, one and all. I was reading about a guy, this happened a couple of weeks ago, I guess, but a dude who got scooped up because he was trespassing at the Sandusky Library. He said that he had checked with Christ and had gotten his permission to be on the grounds at the public library in Sandusky. Have you ever been to the public library in Sandusky?
I have not.
No, I haven't either.
I don't visit a lot of libraries when I visit cities, you know?
That's not a point of interest?
It's just not really all that. It doesn't make sense because I can't really check anything out.
I like to go, when I'm visiting a new city, I like to check the main branch of their library. And then I go, oh my God, honey, look at this book they have. I don't know if we have this book at our library. Boy, different cultures, right? Am I right? I don't think they have this book. And she goes, what's it called? And I said, it's called Chicken Soup for the Soul. I don't think we have this at home in the library. And then she assures me that it's probably at our local library. You know, when we lived in Ohio City, we were right around the corner from the Ohio City branch of the Cleveland Public Library. And it was if you could run the gauntlet through all the homeless poop, it really was a great facility.
Now that's
a great resource.
That's the real American Ninja Warrior course.
Yeah,
It's
the poop minefield.
The poop minefield, yeah.
That's right. So this guy got picked up, scooped up. He said that he was Canadian, but he'd been wandering Ohio for the past year. Maybe couldn't find his way back out. His nickname was Cloud. His real name was Carnell Gittins. And he was Gittins in trouble for being over there at the Sandusky Library. He was using an outdoor outlet to charge his phone. And they said, well, you can't be here. He had already been busted for trespassing before. And he said that he was allowed to be there because he had checked with Christ. Now, he didn't specify which Christ. And I think that's, I don't know, that's pretty presumptuous on his part. You know, people like to throw it around. Christ said it was okay. Now, I can't take you at your word because you haven't specified which Christ.
Jesus H?
Eric? I don't know.
That's the one you want, though, right? Is Jesus H?
Possibly. I mean, I assume that's who he was talking about.
Do we know what the H stands for?
Henry.
Ah.
Yep. So, yeah, they scooped this guy up. So out there, listen, here's what I would say to those of you out there, you perhaps work at the Sandusky Public Library, the main branch there. If you don't want something like this to happen more frequently, maybe plug those outdoor outlets. Put something in there. Or force people to really work for them. You know, you've got to, build something around them. So these people who are just kind of wandering through, these potential ne'er-do-wells, you go, hey, you don't have to check with Christ, Eric or Jesus H. You can use this exterior outlet, but boy, you're really going to have to work for it. What percentage is your phone on? Because let's say it's at 62%. Might not be worth the potential pain and suffering you're going to have to go through to get into our external outlet. You know, spikes around it. You can only access it through a tunnel. I don't know. They're going to need to figure that out. Speaking of gauntlet of poop, people who are climbing. Now, again, you want to talk about the elites. It's both physically and figuratively, just the top of the top, who can get together an expedition to climb Everest. You know, this is the sole domain of the rich and resourceful because none of us poors are climbing Mount Everest. It's very expensive. It's very time-consuming, and it's purely an ego thing. Nobody needs to climb Everest anymore. It's 2024. Nobody needs to do it. But the people who are in charge of like that area, the Sherpa and things like that, they have had it up to here, literally, with the climbers just pooping everywhere and anywhere. And they're dictating now that people have to pack their poop and bring it back down with them.
Yeah, because it doesn't biodegrade. It just freezes up there.
It freezes, just like all those dead bodies up there. So people who go up now are going to have to figure that into the weight of the expedition back down. Mingma Sherpa, who's the chairman of the rural municipality in charge of this area. He's no Tenzing Norgay, if you ask me, but he's in charge. He said, our mountains have begun to stink. Maybe there's something lost in translation. I don't know.
Stink mountain.
Yeah. We're getting complaints that human stools are visible on rocks and some climbers are falling sick. This is unacceptable and erodes our image. Now, what exactly is the image? Is the image of a feces-free Mount Everest? Or I don't think this is a new development that people are pinching loaves all up and down Mount Everest. But they are putting their foot down, and they're hoping that there won't be anything on the bottom of their shoe when they do. They've had enough. So, again, there's no one of limited means who's scaling Everest. This is the domain of the rich and the bored, I have to think. Even if you were rich, you got to be bored.
Are they going to start hiring somebody else to be their poop mule?
A really good question. I'm just saying that whatever accommodations you're going to make for that, it's going to have to be more expensive. There are temporary toilets at base camp, but once people get up, start going up, they don't bring their poop back down with them. And obviously, it's extremely cold. And so it becomes very, very... See, my thought was if it's really that cold and it freezes, I would think that would make it smell less. Some of these people, if they're able, they'll like dig a little cat hole, you know?
But imagine that if it gets any sunlight on it, it defrosts and starts to stink a bit. Yeah. It just, ugh.
Yeah, because at some of those altitudes, there's not much
and if they're
snow.
pooping on top of other, like, it's
Try
logs on logs, you
I
know?
was gonna
They
say,
got
you
cabins
try not
now.
to take up too much more, like so much more room. So you're just like, let me just poop right on top of this pile here.
Now, is it more disrespectful if you poop on one of the corpses?
Yeah.
They're not going to, first of all, they're dead. They've been frozen a long time. If these people are really worried about that, why don't they mount an effort? There should be some, multinational organization that brings the corpses down from Everest. Think about that. I don't know how many up there, but, somebody dies, they can't bring them back down.
A helicopter can't do anything?
Yeah, they could, but I mean, it's very rocky. Like, I don't know if that terrain allows for that. I don't know.
The altitude doesn't really allow for it either. That high up.
So people who, they have corpses that are used as like mile markers.
Yeah.
Hey, there's Red Jacket guy. Because he's been there for 40 years or whatever.
That is insane. And they probably look relatively the same because the body just doesn't degrade.
It's frozen right there.
Oh, God.
But that would suck if it was somebody in your group.
Yeah.
You got to leave them there. You get back down, the wives and the girlfriends are all waiting.
I'm going to take his coat.
Where's Frank? Peggy. Frank.
Got some bad news.
I got some bad news.
He's a mile marker now.
Not only is Frank still up there, this guy is covered in turds.
Why are you wearing his Fat Farm? Well, his coat was...
Fat Farm.
You got his...
You're a millionaire.
And wearing Fat Farm.
A millionaire climbing Mount Everest, and you're like, but I want to look fresh, so I'm going to wear Fat Farm.
Yes.
I want to look fresh in 1997, so I got my Fat Farm on. Fat Farm.
Hey, if Russell Simmons was going to climb Mount Everest, you plant a flag up there that's an advertisement for your fashion brand. So, they said, you people need to figure out how to take care of your poop. If you're going to climb this mountain just for your own massive ego, then you've got to figure it out.
How do they know it's not an animal pooping?
You can tell a human poop. Walk downtown here in Cleveland. Walk downtown Denver. You can tell there's a lot of human poop in the streets.
I think we should
You can tell if it's a mountain lion scat.
Also, they're so high up. There's not really any animals
Right.
up there.
There's no wildlife up there that would be pooping.
Yeah.
How much, and I this is a wild answer or a wild question, but I'm just curious. How much would you say it would cost to do this whole ordeal to climb Mount Everest?
I mean, they say it costs about a guided trip with bottled oxygen on the south side of the face is about $45,000. On the north side, it's about $35,000.
How long does it take to get up there?
It takes a couple of weeks, right?
Yeah.
A couple of weeks?
Yeah.
You're climbing the tallest mountain in the world.
I thought it was going to be like an afternoon thing. I didn't know it was going to be a couple
You thought
weeks.
you could climb Mount Everest in an afternoon?
You thought people were dying in an afternoon hike?
Yes. I thought that it was just so cold or their bodies gave out. Like, I didn't know it took weeks.
It takes a long time.
Why do you think they have a base camp?
So you're like camping out up there?
Yeah. That's why people die.
So once people
it's
get...
it's not a 2-hour afternoon like, hey, we're going to do some kayaking, then we're going to go
That's
climb
why
Mount
people
Everest.
train for a year to climb Everest. They have to get used to less oxygen. They have to be in, like, peak physical condition. That's why some people who die up there, like they have a heart attack. This says it takes 7 to 9 weeks to complete the climb.
Are you kidding me?
I can't believe you thought
like
you
Miley
could climb
says.
Mount Everest in an afternoon. There are over 200 dead bodies frozen in the cold on Mount Everest. An afternoon.
How many people wear Fat Farm?
He's also a guy that thinks the moon is like a couple hundred miles away, too.
100,000 miles away. It's 200,000 or 500,000 miles away.
It takes 12 days just to get to base camp. So that's where you spend like getting acclimated to the altitude.
And people just want to do this just to say that they climbed. Oh, yay, we made it to the top.
That's what I'm saying.
And then
It's
they go
rich
back
people
down.
with a lot of time on their hands.
Like there ain't no like pot of gold at the top.
No, it's a bunch of frozen poop and dead bodies.
Yeah. And then you get back down, and all you have to show for it is you can brag to people
and you
that you climb
frostbite.
Mount Everest.
What
yeah.
a waste. Like
You're
that's-
minus a toe.
That's your vacation.
Well, no, listen, it is an accomplishment. It's just that something that you need to be very wealthy to do. Or at least have that money and be willing to blow it all on Mount Everest. Yeah, they said it takes about 2 months to climb it. Because you do it in stages. And people train for a year. So it's 2 months, tens of thousands of dollars. Yeah. There's a brief window of time, usually after May 15th, when the temperatures are warmer and the high-altitude winds have moved away from the mountains. It's also right before monsoon season. So climbers try to avoid visiting the region if there's frequent rainfall, obviously because that would make it slippery. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was none the wiser. I literally thought like
A Seattle-based expedition company flew a group of 12 climbers to the Himalayas in late March and didn't expect them to come home until the end of May. So you have to have like Sherpa guides that you have to pay. It takes 2 weeks just to get to that base camp, so about 17,000 feet.
Yeah, I just thought it was cold. Like it was high up, it's cold.
And it was an afternoon.
People get frostbite. Yeah, people get frostbite. People get frostbite.
What are you doing this weekend? Climbing Mount Everest.
Yeah, like I
And
mean,
then I think we're gonna go to Chili's.
Oh, no, there's a Chili's at base camp.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
They've got a duty-free thing there.
Oh
right
yeah,
about
but that's
17
the Chili's Express.
to go.
We want to go to a real one.
Well,
2 months.
you give you this money. It's $1,000. You can put it in your afternoon on Everest fund. It's a courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Your last chance today to win. So I hope you do. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Oh, poop. Poop, 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 poop. Poop, poop, poop.
This is the new national anthem of Nepal, I believe. It's Mount Everest. Yeah, you got to sit at base camp, Cody, for you have to sit there for 2 weeks just to adjust to the
Just to
altitude.
acclimate, yeah.
Yeah. To the reduced oxygen.
Okay. Well, damn.
And you don't start there. Like people, I don't even think they'll let you go up unless you're like, I've climbed these other mountains. Like I've done this before. Nobody starts with Everest.
What do you do about food? You pack. You bring
pack
it
it
all.
all.
With you?
Yeah.
On your back.
Well, you have Sherpa guides. And that's why you pay them a lot of money because I think they basically act like pack mules to some degree. Not, I mean, everybody's using something to climb, yeah.
Yeah, I did think. I thought it was weekend max. Like you could do it. Like it's a little bit of footpath and some jamming.
So he thought it was a jaunt through the metro parks.
You thought it was like going, yeah, right.
Well, this comes from someone who's never climbed a mountain. Like I was complaining when we were in Colorado. I was like, man, I was like, my ears popping. This is annoying. Like cars going up hills. Like we were in the mountains, but I'm not a snowboard ski type of guy. So I don't know what to base it off of. I don't know how long it takes to get up a freaking mountain.
Yeah, Mount Everest is 5.5 miles tall. 29,000 feet.
Wow.
So you're like up where planes could be easily. You got to buy the climbing permit from the government of Nepal. That's $11,000. You got to buy all the gear. The permit covers medical care, food, and support from Sherpa guides. There's no cap on how many people can make the climb. They traditionally give about 350 permits a year. One guy has climbed Everest 4 times.
Why? What was he trying to prove?
He's probably got a lot of money and is burning a hole in his pocket.
He likes it.
He's probably missing a testicle or something.
Why?
Because he's probably making up for something. Like, you climbed it once. That's not good enough. So you have to climb it 3 more times. You're lacking something. You're missing a testicle. You was born with some type of deformity. You can't get it
Some
up.
people are just adrenaline junkies.
You got
like
cheated
they're.
on.
It can't just be for the thrill of the.
No.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, there you go. Well, because some people climb on the Nepal side, and some people climb on the Tibet side because there's different regulations. I'm not sure which is the north face and which is the south face, but people do it on both sides.
How long does it take you to get down?
I think that's part of it.
Part of it, up and down. The whole thing is 12 weeks, according to this.
Oh, I'm just leaving. Summer or school is over. So what are you doing this summer? I'm climbing Mount Everest. Like, just it takes you a whole summer vacation to climb Mount Everest. That's ridiculous. Like, why would you want to waste your whole stupid summer climbing a mountain in the cold? Ain't no hose up there. There's nothing. Ain't no nightclubs. And ain't no drinking. You probably can't even enjoy yourself.
Well, yeah,
You're trying to survive.
There's campfires and there's
Do people do it up there?
I don't think anybody whips it out. I don't know that that's on their mind. I think what's on their mind is breathing properly and not dying. And
I gotta conserve my breathing. I gotta conserve my air.
Alan Poundcake's mind is so mysterious to me. He goes full Rain Man when you talk about the entertainment industry. Then an hour later, he thinks you climb Mount Everest in an afternoon. He is. He contains multitudes.
Nope.
That's just
you cannot pin him down.
It's so foreign to me. Like, I never thought about climbing a mountain in like a rock climbing wall. I can't even do. And you want to fly
All right,
to
wait, hold on.
What?
Describe what you think climbing Mount Everest is like. Do you think
Do you think it's like a rock wall?
No.
Oh.
No, I figured it was like you walk up some, because I've seen like the mountains in Colorado. So
Yeah.
I know that there's like paths and stuff. But those are literally like a trail. Like you go up a trail. People have done it. I just thought it was really, really cold and really, really high. I didn't think it was like unattainable. People just didn't want to do it because it's all the way over in Nepal and China or whatever. So I just thought it was a hard to get to type situation. I didn't think it take you 2 months to go up.
Up the mountain.
Brad and Neil were quite insistent you not die.
Frankly, we don't care.
So nobody believes I can do this, huh? Well, my son does, and I'm not gonna let him down. I'm going to climb this entire mountain on my own.
Then technically, shouldn't you go back down and start all over?
Shut up! You are so fired!
Woohoo!
Homer Simpson here. I've sent the Sherpas home, and I'm heading for the top. Solo!
Are you crazy? You'll never make it.
The hell I won't. You're forgetting I've got my power sauce bars.
Wake up, Homer. Those bars are just junk. They're made of apple cores and Chinese newspapers.
Hold on, you got the next line where he goes.
Hold on.
Newspapers.
Hey, Deng Xiaoping died.
Homer, listen to me. Turn back now.
And that's how he finds out. Anyway.
But you don't bash the little chisel into the wall thingy?
You mean the carabiners? And you, there is some degree of
There's
that.
some of
You have
that,
to set
but
up a
that-
line. I mean,
yeah.
you have to have a whole crew of people that are doing this in concert with each other.
And they're like hoisting you up, and you like do like that, or you have to like hoist yourself up?
To the peak and back is 80 miles from the base camp.
Yeah, no. No. These people that do this are, yeah, they're really
Alan, I'm a storm chaser who's seen 14 tornadoes and wants to see more. Does Poundcake think I'm missing a testicle?
Yes.
Yeah, but you're on the ground the whole time. I mean, with all due respect, I mean, that is another kind of adrenaline chasing. I mean,
I've
you
seen
know.
one tornado in my life, and that was good enough for me. I don't
Plenty
care if
for you.
I ever need to see it again. That was scary.
I understand.
I was like, it's coming right for us. Shoot it. There's nothing you can
Shoot
do.
it. That's a Poundcake said.
Oh my God! Tornado! Tornado!
Yeah.
There was nothing glamorous about it at all. I'm like, oh, man. We just got this roof done. Have to tear our shingles off.
I got a break. Want to send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Peter thinks it would be easy to live on $25,000 a year. You'd just get a cheap apartment, you say?
I'm looking in Willoughby here. Okay. Under 900, not a single place.
Oops.
Okay, under 800.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Nestled in the beautiful Cuyahoga Valley National Park lies a hidden gem, the Polar Blast Snow Tubing Park. This family-friendly winter experience is the perfect staycation and outdoor adventure. Featuring lanes that vary in speed, outdoor fire pits, a massive conveyor belt to ascend you to the top, and a full-service bar for adults. This tubing park has everything you need to create memories that'll last a lifetime. So plan your trip today and check out Brandywine's Polar Blast Snow Tubing Park.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like The Brew, newer classic rock. Just search The Brew and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
The venue's set. Families coming in from all over. It's our quinceañera. With all the excitement, it may be easy to overlook COVID-19. It's still a risk, and that's why it's muy importante to get this season's COVID-19 shot ahead of time. It helps protect against COVID-19, which can cause severe illness and hospitalization. So let's set the date, vaccinate, and celebrate. Learn about a vaccine option and book this season's updated COVID-19 shot today at schedulecovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro, stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Hey Cleveland, Kia of Streetsboro is bringing the heat and unleashing crazy savings, like $12,000 off a 2023 Kia EV6. And hey, if an adventure-ready SUV is more your speed, get $7,000 off a 2023 Sorento or $4,000 off a 2024 Kia Sportage. And if you really want to watch those savings soar, trade in your current ride. Plus, they've got financing from 0.9%. Oh, you hear that? That's your dream car calling, Cleveland. Get to Kia of Streetsboro or scope deals 24/7 at KiaofStreetsboro.com. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Residency restrictions apply. See dealer for additional details.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. Kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Ever wonder what's around the next corner? Past the trees. Into the canyons. Over the mountains. Or through the desert. That's where adventure lives. Take a Nissan SUV and go find it.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent.
I kept the secret inside of me, and now I'm gonna live my truth. Right? Absolutely right. It happens.
You know, in the 50s, we couldn't come out, and we were too scared.
They were chasing us down. I remember.
It was a whole thing back then, and...
Roy Cohn.
Roy Cohn. He was a communist and a gay man. Of course, back then, I guess.
from the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Cavs basketball tonight. They are at home. They're playing the 76ers tonight. Philly in town at the Romo Fijo. 7 o'clock tonight is your tip-off. Pre-game starts about 35 minutes away. We'll roll out, and then 6:30 is when all of that coverage will begin here on MMS. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app, where you can leave us messages, too.
Of how high it is. Denver is the mile-high city. Eisenhower Tunnel in the Rockies is 11,000 feet up. So just want to give an idea of what it is. This is Jeff the Trucker from Yuma. Later.
Jeff the Trucker out in Yuma.
Thanks, Jeff.
Doing a little side-by-side comparison there with Mount Everest.
Hey, Alan. I was at Home Depot in Mentor yesterday, and I got out of my truck, and there is a giant, fresh human turd. Pile of turds, actually, with a bunch of napkins they used to wipe their butt with. And I went back today for something else, and the poop was still there with a nice big footprint in it. Someone had an awful day. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, listen, it probably had a work boot tread in it. Got to be careful out there in the Home Depot parking lots. We're going to be premiering, iHeart is premiering the new Pearl Jam song tomorrow, by the way. It's called Dark Matter, and you're probably going to hear it every hour tomorrow. For good reason. It's been a minute since Pearl Jam's done something. You want a little taste of it? Just a little quick clip?
A little one.
Now, where they go from there, I don't know. But you'll hear it tomorrow. Oh, we were talking about libraries before. I guess I didn't realize or didn't know that you can rent games from the library.
Oh, yeah.
Because I got my daughter a Switch for Christmas, and I guess I wasn't paying attention to this huge stack of games that Gwen had rented from the library. I'm like, oh, because I was looking for an adult game I could play on Switch. It's primarily a kids platform, but there are adult games. And so I bought a Wolfenstein game from a few years ago. I bought it on Amazon. So it's like $50. And then I need an extra SD card because the grown-up games take up so much memory, I guess. And so I'm like, I should have rented this because I'm kind of already bored with it. Like, I hadn't played it. I've had it sitting there for a while, but I just haven't had time to play it. And so over the weekend, I was like, I'm going to fire up Wolfenstein and see how this is. And it's a whole huge series of games for people who aren't hip to it. Goes back to, the first Wolfenstein, Christ, I was in, junior high. I feel it was like a CD-ROM game or something. And they've had a couple of iterations since the one I'm playing. It's okay, but I'm like, I don't know. I every time I think I'm gonna fire up a game and just sit with it for a while and have fun, I get bored with it real fast. I think I might be out of that. I mean, I was never like a
big gamer
anyway. But
that's why I like more classic type Mario games, things like that.
Yeah, we played a lot of Mario Kart. I mean, that's fun.
But I mean, I like Mario Kart's great, but I also like the classic Marios, and they've done a lot of updated versions of that, with the Wii version of Mario, or I can't remember what they're called right now. But Mario games are always, I understand how to play them. You can play for 20 minutes and have fun. It's not like, these long campaigns. You can kind of get in and get out, and it's a good time.
Yeah, because this Wolfenstein, there's these massive interludes of conversation and dialogue that you can't skip past. And I
hate that.
I just want to play, man. I know there's a big, long story here, but I just want to get through it.
And I know people love that, aspect of game because video games have really delved into storytelling.
Yes.
And you know, it's immersive for people. I just don't have that desire to go that deep into video games.
I mean, they're like movies now. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Creatively, God bless. But that's not what I was into it for. I'm like, I just want to run around, shoot some Nazis, and, you know, that'll be fun. And so I played it for like a half an hour, and I was like, okay. Like, you know.
You know what we did?
I got a knockoff game that's pretty good. It's called Dinky King.
Oh, yeah. Instead of Donkey Kong? Dinky King.
It's a chimpanzee.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
Before we went to dinner, we stopped at the mall real quick, and they have those airsoft guns that you can use.
Oh, yeah.
Just to shoot at the targets. And it's like $10.
Wait, there's a store where you...
It's just, they rent out a storefront, and then they have targets, and you get 50 rounds for
really
$10, and we did it, and it doesn't take very long.
Right.
It's kind of a waste of money, but it was still fun. It was a good time.
Wow.
The girl's pretty good, too. She's a good shot. Always packed, too.
Yeah, I know. Little Robin Sparkles there for your enjoyment. I know every time Mary makes fun of me because once a year I'll go to the mall and I go, wow, there's a lot of people at the mall. She's like, yeah, you say that every time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it was Saturday night at 6:30, 7 o'clock, so that's kind of prime time for the mall. And there was a ton of people there.
I keep reading articles about the rebirth of the American mall.
I think it's happening.
Because people are getting more and more
fed up with just doing stuff online. They want to go out. It's a fun experience for people, especially the younger people, where they want to hang out. They don't want to just order.
Same as it
stuff on
ever
Amazon.
was.
Yeah,
but just
still a scene,
disillusionment too with like online shopping. Yeah. You want to be seen.
You want to be seen. You want to see and be seen.
Be seen. Yeah. Yeah. So I find myself playing more of Nora's games with her. We're playing Mario Kart or whatever. Dinky King.
Super Smash.
What's that?
Super Smash Brothers.
Yeah, you do. That's what you call a Friday night.
Yeah.
Hey, Super Smash Bros.
Yeah, not as of late, though. But yeah, Super Smash Brothers is fun.
Is that the one where it's like a Mortal Kombat kind of ripoff? Or is
Yep. And then my go-to character is always Kirby.
Kirby, okay. That's the pink bubble or whatever. Yeah.
Sucks up people and takes their powers.
Gotcha. Isn't there a version of that where it's all like Marvel characters and stuff too? Like Spider-Man v. whoever? Don't they have a Marvel Super Smash Bros?
I've never played it.
Why is Kirby the go-to?
Because you get to sample everybody. Like if you're fighting against Pikachu, you can.
You absorb
You can suck Pikachu up and.
Yeah.
What's that sound like?
Sucking it dry.
Yeah.
And so you would love to get sucked up. Your special is whoever your opponent's special is. Like you can steal their powers.
Yeah. No, Kirby was
Cody
great.
out there sucking off Pikachu or whatever.
People used to get so mad at me because I would always, whenever they try to hit me with a special, I'd turn into a stone and crush them. Kirby, that is like my go-to player. I love Kirby.
Is that a standalone though anymore? Kirby, is that still a game?
Yeah, I think they have updated versions of Kirby.
Kirby's Return 2023. Kirby's Return to Dreamland. Okay.
There you go.
Still making them.
Love Kirby. Kirby was always a fun game.
A pink round hero.
I relate to him. I'm a pink round hero.
You are a pink round hero. Congratulations. Good for you. You and Kirby can identify with each other. Alan, did you see the trailer for the new Twister? Yeah, I saw that. I didn't see all the ads. Even today online, I didn't really go looking for a lot of ads. I did like the Christopher Walken one. I think it was for BMW EV model or whatever. It was good. It was basically him walking around and everybody that talked to him did a Christopher Walken voice. It's like the valet, the maitre d', ushers at the end of it.
Nice ride. It's the real deal. 100% electric. It's the real deal. Yeah. Thank you. Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Careful, it's hot. Thanks.
Your dog's so cute. You know, you look nice.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Walken. Does this table work for you?
I wonder if Ryan Dalton auditioned for that spot.
Would have nailed it.
He does a pretty mean Christopher Walken.
Great Christopher Walken.
Yeah. It's this table. Christopher Walken, this guy he really kind of ebbs and flows where you won't see him in anything for a while, and then he's in everything.
Jeff Goldblum was in everything yesterday.
Yeah. I
all
did
over the
not.
place.
There were a lot of UFO-centric commercials. I did not understand. God, there was one I did not understand at all. And I think it was for Homes.com or the Apartments.com was Goldblum and the Aliens. But there was one for like Homes.com that was so absurd. Like, I don't understand what they're doing here. I don't remember what it was. But Christopher Walken is in the second half of the Dune movie. He's in, oh God, what else is he in? I was on I thought of it before the Dune movie. Christopher Walken is coming up in, Christ, I can't remember. But he's a guy that you don't see for a while.
How old is he now?
He's like 80,
right?
Yeah, he's 80 as of last March. So he'll be 81 in about a month. But he's in part 2 of Dune. And he's in something else after that. He's in, I don't know. He's in something else. Oh, Severance is what I was thinking of. The Apple Show. He's Bert on Severance.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But it'd be nice.
They're doing another season of that?
They are. Yeah, I think they're shooting it now. It got really pushed back because of COVID, I think, but they're finally putting it together. He was on an Amazon show that was funny called The Outlaws, but I don't think anybody watched it. It was a British show, and he was the one American guy in it. And that was real entertaining. But yeah, Christopher Walken. He's got a musical coming up called That's Amore, because he's a dancer. He's a hoofer by trade. You remember the Fatboy Slim Weapon of Choice video where Christopher Walken was dancing?
Yeah, that's the hotel at the end of that commercial, right?
Is it?
I think so.
Okay. It's been memed out a lot. Ask Poundcake if he can transpose my letters there. Ask Poundcake if he can wave dash.
Wave dash?
If he doesn't know what that is, I'll tell everyone how bad he is at Smash Brothers.
Wave dash.
You're being threatened over text, by the way.
Wave dash, I think, is when Kirby throws the little thing down and it makes like a wave. I think that's what it is. But I don't play it often enough to know the terms. I just know the moves.
Marvel versus Capcom is the one that people are taking. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, people love that Michael Cera commercial, and I find him so unpleasant that I can't enjoy anything he's in. Because I don't find him entertaining. I find him visually unpleasant. And I thought the conceit of that commercial that the CeraVe lotion was Michael Cera. I get what they were doing, and I guess it was funny enough, but I don't care for him at all. Michael Cera he'll ruin something for me. Even Arrested Development. I didn't want him around.
Even when he was young George Michael?
I don't care.
Oh, I love him.
Nope.
He's so funny on that.
I don't find him entertaining.
He's Mr. Manager.
When I have to look at him, I'm upset.
He's Mr. Manager.
You are such a hater.
I'm not a hater.
I don't think I've ever. Who in my life or who have I met in person where I look at them and physically get upset? I can't think.
He's
of
not
a
even
person.
saying in real life. He's saying
I've never met the man.
TV.
I mean, he might be I'm sure he's a nice dude, but there's a handful of these actors, these like slight chinless wonders that I just can't. Jesse Eisenberg and Michael Cera, these guys who play the same dude in everything, and I know he's in Barbie. I still haven't seen Barbie, but like Scott Pilgrim and Juno, and yeah.
You haven't watched Barbie yet?
Barbie's
good.
I haven't watched Barbie either.
I mean, it's contingent on my daughter wanting to watch it, and she has no interest in watching it. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to spend 2.5 hours watching Barbie by myself.
It's 2.5 hours long.
It's long.
Yeah.
Oh.
It ain't short.
I don't think it's 2.5. It's maybe. I don't remember how long it was.
I mean,
I liked it. I thought it was good.
It's still in theaters. It's 114 minutes, so it's 6 minutes shy of 2 hours.
It's on Max.
Is it on Max?
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Maybe I would till it's on Prime.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's between Oppenheimer and Barbie. I was like, well, I'm going to see one of these in the theater, and it ended up being Oppenheimer, and I'm very, very happy that's what it was. I know you don't care for Oppenheimer. I know. I was just talking to somebody about this, that I had seen Oppenheimer. They brought it up. They go, did you like it? I said, I really liked it. I said, there's somebody I work with. I said, didn't care for it at all. But I said, I liked it a great deal. What's the point you're trying to make? That you did not care for...
He's farting on Oppenheimer, duh.
Yeah, he's... Right. Oppenheimer is his Michael Cera.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. Now, if Michael Cera had been in Oppenheimer, and he seems to be the only person not in Oppenheimer, I don't know. It would have made me happy had he been strapped to the bomb. You know, Dr. Strangelove style. That would have been great. A little Slim Pickens cosplay. But not so much. Didn't happen there. So, what was the mall? Not Great Northern. You mentioned you were at the mall.
Strongsville Mall.
Strongsville
South
Mall.
Park Mall.
Okay.
Yeah. It was just killing some time before we met up for dinner and walked around the mall. I haven't walked in the mall. I haven't been to the mall in a long time. And we did the little airsoft target shooting thing, and that was a good little time.
Yeah.
But then they also got like escape rooms in there. Thought about doing that. We didn't have time for that though.
We did.
I'm also kind of put off escape rooms after me and you failed so hard at them.
I know.
I've done them before and I've done really well at them, but that one we just did so bad. I was like, I don't know if I like this anymore.
There's one in Tremont or Ohio City that we went to. They have an escape room, and we took our daughter and went with the mother-in-law. It was like a Christmas themed one. It was fun. It was the four of us in there, but I still had had trauma from the one we did downtown that we were so bad at.
We just totally bombed it.
Stephen Canton points out, he goes, Alan, for comparison, Barbie is about as long as it takes to climb Mount Everest.
I said I gave y'all a night.
I'm trying to get myself all worked up to watch Killers of a Flower Moon, but
Same.
That's
3.5 hours long. I know.
Where can you
Somebody
watch
asked me
that?
about what's on Apple, and I was like, yeah, as soon as I get a spare 3.5 hours, I'll sit down and watch it.
I do want to see that movie, though.
Well,
I like
there for you.
I mean, what is it? That's Scorsese, right?
It is.
And I love his films, but I like when he does things that are a little more fun. This one seems like a real bummer of a movie.
Oh, you mean how white people moved into a village and started killing people?
Yeah, man, that doesn't listen, it's probably a great movie. It's probably informative, it's probably emotional. I'm sure at some point I'll watch it.
It's very repetitive.
Yeah, it's a little, we've seen this one before.
There's going to be any new information that we already don't know.
But I don't know. I don't have the 3.5 hours is just a lot to be just bummed out by the end of it.
Sure.
Oh, I'm so sorry you're bummed.
Yeah, man, it is. It is a bummer.
Movies are supposed to be entertainment, by the way. I mean, they can be serious subjects, but you still have to entertain me, you know? Like The Irishman, that goddamn thing was 3 hours
when he's stumbling around. I'm a 30-year-old. You're an 85-year-old man trying to act like you're a tough guy.
Jet black hair in the flashback.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. I'm going to break here. That Cavs pregame is set for you at 6:30 if you want to get the last word in 35192 to text. 7 o'clock tonight, you get the Cavs playing the Sixers at the Romo Fijo here on the Buzzard.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
iHeart, are you ready? Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards are coming to Fox.
Live from Los Angeles, Monday, April 1st.
The biggest stars from